Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienes lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios no lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. Yo vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Yeah. Money work. De corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, de corazón. De corazón. Yeah. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah, 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 yeah. Money work. Money work. Money work. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Lunes.
Let's go into it. You said 2 more. This is greedy. That's greedy. One more, I guess. One more. Let's go into it.
Let's get into it. Here we go.
You said 2 more. This is greedy.
Just astonishing. What an absolutely stunning, life-changing for me performance from Cynthia Erivo.
Why am I playing this?
That's Pete Callard.
Welcome, Pete.
I have rarely seen anything that extraordinary, that powerful, that beautiful. And this was the perfect place for that performance. The audience are...
Pause. Remember when the Black Manosphere was telling you that other cultures of men weren't checking for you? See all these people? Different cultures of people. Loving themselves some Cynthia Erivo. I've seen her in movies before, but I didn't know she had such a beautiful voice. Let's keep it going.
Are completely beside themselves with joy. What a return to her home city. What an incredible first prom. She's conquered the West End. She's conquered Broadway.
Aquarius.
Let me pause it right there. I'm telling you. That's some powerful shit right there. Let's keep it going right here. I think I want it right here. And this is an important conversation that Kendra had with a divorced woman. Let's break it down here. Well, let's start from the beginnings, just so we got our bearings together. Here we go. Welcome, Miss RV. Welcome, Ellen Ripley. Welcome, Mistress Newbie. Welcome, VM. Here we go.
Hello.
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 I'm sorry. Turn my light.
I can't see your face.
Because I decided you're gonna hate me, but I don't have no clothes on.
You don't have any what?
Clothes on. Can I grab?
So why you call me with no clothes on?
Can I grab a t-shirt really quick?
Go get a t-shirt. Y'all be watching me bucket naked. Y'all don't like to wear clothes, y'all. Y'all just be free watching me, huh? Y'all don't want no clothes on, huh? No clothes? No? No clothes? She had no clothes on. I want to know, how y'all watch me with no clothes on? How you watch me? You don't be cold? Where you live? What's your name, boo?
I'm Jenny.
Jenny, where you live, Jenny?
North Carolina.
So what's the weather in North Carolina? I want to know how y'all can be walking around your house with no clothes on and not be cold.
Well, because I have my heat on and I'm comfortable naked.
So you was completely naked?
No, I had a bra and some shorts on.
But that feels best for you.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
You just
Welcome,
FaceTime
Fiona.
people. This is a FaceTime over 5,000 people watching. Put your bra on. Put FaceTime with your bra on.
I'm sorry. I'm a little different. I'm sorry.
Let me leave you alone. I really do, but I do want to understand the mindset. Because I'm like, how do you push a show that over 5,000 people and more will watch this if I make you a highlight with no clothes on? I would be nervous that if you get selected, they're going to see me bucket naked. That's what happened. Jenny, how old are you, honey?
I'm 34.
34. What you do for a living?
I'm a nurse.
Nurse. You have any kids?
I have a 2-year-old son.
Okay. Why you not with the dad?
I was a house. He wanted me to be a housewife when we first met, and I decided to kind of change and wanted a career, and he didn't want that for me, so he gave me an ultimatum, and it's to stay at home and be a housewife or leave and have a career. So I left.
Girl, we want to smack you in the face right now. So let me ask you this. Was he paying all the bills?
He was.
So, and when you guys got married, that was the plan?
Yes.
Living
so
close.
Basically, you had your husband. He was your husband?
Mm-hmm.
So he was your husband?
Yes.
You guys had a family?
Yes.
You agreed to be a stay-at-home
yes.
mom. What made you want to get a job?
When I had to constantly ask for a couple of dollars to do stuff, when it was
Okay. We're just getting started off. See, the thing about being a stay-home wife, welcome Phoenix Soul in the house. Miss RV in the house. Fiona's in the house. Ellen's in the house. VM is in the house. Mistress Newbie's in the house. You need to listen to this one more time. Let me play it one more time. Here we go.
So he was your husband?
Yes.
You guys had a family?
Yes.
You agreed to be a stay-at-home
yes.
mom. What made you want to get a job?
when I had to constantly ask for a couple of dollars to do stuff, when it was no, I can't do certain things that I wanted, when it was no, we don't have enough money to do.
The point of the point of being a stay-home wife is that you're able to, as a man, you're able to provide a quality of life that is better than maybe what she could do on her own. But if you can't do that, then what point? What's the point? That's where the point, that's where the saying, I can do bad all by myself comes from. So listen to that. Let's keep going.
Activities because, one income. And I'm like, well, this is not the lifestyle that I want to live. Like, I just don't want to sit at home and fold clothes and not actually date and have the extra money to do stuff. Like, I just didn't want to fold clothes all day long. I'm sorry. I understand why other people will like it and stuff like that, but after like 8 years, it just wasn't for me.
I mean, I understand. I think women should have their own.
No, it's clear that her former husband didn't have the capital to he didn't have the capital. See, and that's the problem that we have in the manosphere right now, is where these guys say, oh, I want a fit, feminine, friendly, submissive woman, and they can't afford a fit, feminine, friendly, submissive woman. So basically, that's why I wanted to bring this up, because this is a perfect example of Black manosphere stupidity. What good if you can't even provide what you're supposed to? See, a woman's not going to marry you. Well, they have, but then the plan is not to marry you for struggle love. Yeah, he was exactly, Fiona. He was practicing financial abuse. If you can't even give your wife $20 and not think about it, then you're either practicing financial abuse. Either way, it's financial abuse, actually. Or you just simply can't afford a stay-at-home wife. No woman who wants to be a stay-at-home wife wants to be broke. Nobody. Mr. Snoopy says he only had money enough to pay bills, no vacation, emergency, or play money. I don't blame her. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Uh-oh, Ellen.
Coin to some degree, right? I guess, was there a conversation about maybe you going to work eventually? Wait, is your child by him?
Yes.
So when did you guys get divorced?
A year ago.
So you got divorced when your baby was 1?
Yes.
And when
well, my son is he's going to be 3. He's going to be 3.
Got you. So do you guys co-parent well? We'll leave it at that. So I guess, why was it an ultimatum for you? Why didn't he want you to work at all?
He's just one of those alpha guys who just wanted to lead, he was just one of those type of men. And I, like, in the beginning, it was cute, like, okay. And then after a while, it's like, can I have $20? Like, I didn't have a credit card. I didn't have anything. It was like.
And he wasn't giving it to you? He didn't have like a credit card that you could just go to the bank when you wanted to?
It was a limit. And the limit was very low. Once again, and I understood why. But
see, if you're married to somebody, it's like you can't even give your woman $20. You can't afford a woman. And this is very important. Nobody's going to get it right this moment, I don't think. But in the future, when they start playing all those Kevin Samuels videos, see, these men don't understand this part. Most of the men, first Kevin Samuel says, okay, black men want submissive women, but then he turns around and says, oh yeah, you know, you have to pay for everything. And see, I think what happens is these guys think that paying for everything is just paying for basic bills. Basic bills. That's not, I'm sorry, that's just like, if that's like being broke. You're literally, a woman is getting married to be broke with you. That's not providing. Phoenix Soul breaks it down like this. I was a housewife for 2 years. We had enough money for this dope man every week, but not enough to get new bras after having and breastfeeding our second kid. I was out. I hear that. See, what they really want, they really don't want to provide for a woman. They really don't. What they want is a woman to control. That's basically what's going down.
It just wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me.
Okay, this is interesting because I have so many women that are praying for that life. They come on the show, they want a provider, they don't want to work, and that's what they say. And I like to hear this version to the side of the story. Listen, I come from a career woman. Now I'm an entrepreneur. So I believe in having your own money personally. Mm-hmm. So I think the challenge becomes, you know, when you get married is what you agree to, but at the same time, you got to honor how you feel. And, you know, I wish you.
No, but see, what Kendra's missing is that when you get married and you want a stay-at-home wife, the deal is that you at least give her enough money to live a better life than she could by herself. If you are putting a woman on a $20 allowance, that's broke. Welcome, Tam. Welcome to the chat, Tam. Here we go.
Figured out a way to work it out, but I guess you couldn't.
No.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. So Jenny, so you became a nurse when?
So I was originally a medical assistant in California, and then we moved to North Carolina. And then when we first came out here, maybe about a month into it, we realized it was like a no-go. And then that's when I just started to do like all the programs and certificates and stuff like that. So I've been on it for about a few months now.
Okay, a few months now. Okay. What's your zodiac sign?
I'm Aquarius. My birthday's February 7th.
Aquarius. All right. So this is Jenny, North Carolina, mom to a 2-year-old by her ex-husband. And you're officially divorced, correct? Yes. Okay. She's a nurse, 34, Aquarius. All right, well, what kind of man are you looking for now, honey?
Don't hate me for this, but I want somebody that's a little bit lit and turned up. My husband was boring. I know, don't judge me. He was.
I know this is where she goes wrong, a little bit wrong right here. Here we go.
Don't do that. He was super boring. We didn't dance. He didn't like music, like a little ratchet music. He didn't let me wear tight clothes or anything like that. So I kind of want to be a little ratchet with my next dude.
So she wants to be so she wants a ratchet dude. And I tell you one thing though, if you're on this show, you're in the right place for that. You will find yourself a ratchet dude. I guarantee you.
I want him to be fun. I want to go out. I want to be the couple that where we laugh at the dinner table, we hug all night, kiss all night, you know, like just have fun. I didn't have that. I didn't have that affection in my last marriage, so that's what I want now.
My spirit is speaking so loud right now.
Oh my God. Oh, Phoenix Soul Breaks. She basically just said she wants dust. Basically. Basically, I think that's where we're going. Yeah.
Okay, here's what my spirit is saying.
Go ahead.
So we caught sometimes good men be boring men, right? And when did you get married?
2020.
I'm sorry, how old was you when you got married?
I was shit. I'm 34. I was probably like, I think I was 30.
30. Okay. So prior to that, did you date a lot?
Not, not really.
Not really. So you had this good ass
Mm-hmm.
man, might have been boring, but a good man, married you, was your husband, took care of all the bills, probably wasn't that lit. Got divorced. Now y'all here in the streets, and you about to meet
So
these rats.
let's hold on. Let's I want to be clear about one thing. He was extremely controlling with when it comes to like. So one of his rules was I can't have long hair because it
Oh, wait.
reminds.
Okay. So the reason why, let me clear this up. I'm going to clear this up for her as well. The reason why she didn't, the reason why she did get a divorce, let me clear this up, was her husband was a narcissist. I listened to all the signs that she told us. And basically, the guy was a narcissist. Not only that, but he was a boring narcissist at that. So I need to defend her as that part because I was going to go in a little bit on the ratchet thing, but I'm going to let her explain a little bit more because maybe or maybe not she meant that. But regardless, she's in the right place to find ratchet. That's for sure. But there's a lot more. There's a lot more to why she got a divorce than just the fact that, he was boring. A lot more than that. There's a lot going on here.
Him of strippers. Another rule was he gave me a rule on how far I can drive away from the house. He also said no social media. He also said no tight clothes, no long nails. He gave me rules.
Okay, so
Yeah, so let me reiterate that. Yeah, he was a boring narcissist. She kind of like did herself wrong by explaining it the way she did earlier. If she would have just went into explaining how he was, I think people would have not gone in on her immediately. This guy, basically, the guy wasn't. She was being nice to him, but the guy's let's face it, he's an a-hole.
Why don't you give me more context? I'm gonna take good man out because that's some crazy shit right there. That's some crazy shit right there. So hell no, can't nobody agree to any of that.
I had to fight to be friends with my best friend because he said I can't have any friends. I wasn't married, and I'm just like, that's crazy. Like he thinks everybody that's not married is just the wrong type of crowd to be with. I don't know. It was just
okay. Yeah, that's too controlling. What I was gonna say was sometimes women leave the good guys for these ratchet men, and the ratchet men come with a lot of shit. So the ratchet man, you might be kissing up on him, and then he might be kissing up on somebody else.
Yeah.
You want to be out here lit with it. But I will say more context of your ex-husband. No, I don't think anyone wants to be married to a person like that.
Right.
Okay.
So
you nailed it, Phoenix Soul. You nailed it. So he was her child base. Yeah, that's how he was treating her. That's how you're dealing with the wrong person.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was just too controlling to me. When I say ratchet, I really mean that loosely, like in the sense of just someone more fun. That's it. Just more fun. Don't give me crazy rules. And just want to get to know each other. Like love me for me. Like that's what I meant. Like I don't mean like I don't want to be naked on top of a table and you cheering me on. I don't want that. But I do want somebody that grabs my hand, let me get up, and let's dance in the middle of the floor. Like, let's enjoy life together. That's it.
I understand that. Someone said, why did you?
Yeah, that's not being ratchet, but I understand what she's saying now. Compared to her husband, her former husband, that would be ratchet. Ellen says this: her husband was born in a petri dish. He can't be a human.
Married? Was he controlling in the beginning?
I got married, honestly, to be honest, I was depressed and I was going through a lot. So he kind of like saved me from that. And I fell in love with that. When I stopped being depressed and I got on my feet and I want a career and I wanted just to do something other than being a housewife. That was the biggest no, and we kept butting heads. It was times where he just didn't like it. He just did not like it, and he just flat out told me.
Okay.
And it's just like, well, I gotta go.
Okay. All right, she gotta go. So we were in your requirements. Do you have any more requirements before we go to your deal breakers?
I really don't. I really don't. Just like the basic what we all want, nice teeth, dress, have your own swag, whatever that is. I like a guy that leads. I want you to lead. I want you to lead. Don't always tell me to make the dinner plans. Don't always, when we're walking, walk in front of me. I like that sweet guy. That's it.
Okay. Let's do the Kendra Cam.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. I threw on a big t-shirt. Hold on, let me make sure my
Okay. All right, we see. Oh, you got a nice shape. Ooh, somebody gonna love that you like to be in the house naked.
Okay.
She said this earlier. She liked to walk around with no shirt on. That was her.
Phoenix Soul says, did she state the dude needs to have a job? I mean, yeah, on Kendra's show, you better make that point too, huh?
I know. It's a bad habit. I sleep asshole naked. I walk around with no clothes on.
Well, your man, I'm quite sure your man won't have a problem with it.
No.
I'm quite sure he won't. All right, so here we go. This is Jenny, North Carolina, 34. What's the age range you would date, honey?
Oh, Jesus. I want to say 29 all the way up to like 45, 50.
29
He look good. Nice body, but
okay, 29.
My ex-husband was 40. So.
Okay, do you want more kids?
Don't hate me for this, but I said no to the first one. Love my son, but I said no to the first one. So I don't want any more kids. You can have kids. I can love them like they're mine.
Okay.
That's fair. Welcome to the chat. New Diamond, Phoenix Soul, Ellen Ripley, Tam, Fiona, Mistress Newbie. We're going to keep it going. Going to keep it going. And Miss RV, here we go.
Okay. When was your marriage your last relationship?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have to answer, but I'm going to ask, when's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Like 3 weeks ago.
Who is this man?
I don't know. I think we both was just.
You don't know who the man was?
I know who he is, but I think we was just like, I think we fed off of our loneliness. Like, he was complaining that his wife died 2 years ago. I was complaining I was lonely. We was nice to each other, so we had a good time.
So is he an option for something more just like real?
Okay, he can be an option for something real. When I stopped by his house, he still had all of his wife's stuff like untouched and still everywhere. And I was just like, I'm not going to do that to him and put that type of pressure on him. So maybe he's not ready to really transition over to really date something serious.
She's got a pretty good point.
Okay, bring the phone up. I hear like it's crackling a little bit. So that's why you can't do nothing real with him.
No, I don't think he's ready. And I don't want to put this type of pressure on him in a sense of like, pack up your wife's shit. How do you say that to someone who wife? I know, so I don't want to say that, and I don't want to do that. So I'm like, you know what? It was nice, and when you're ready, call me when it's gone.
Call you when it's gone. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, Jenny. What are 3 flaws you have to work on?
Oh, 3 flaws. Okay. One of them is, Jesus Christ. If you want to go there with me in arguments, I would take it there. So I don't know how to walk away. Like, you know, if you're like, bitch, I'm like, yo, mama. And I know. I'm working on that. My second one is, if I could pull up my work schedule, I work 16 hours. I try to stack, I try to save, and I want to participate in my next relationship. So that can be a flaw, I guess. And then my last one is, I'm a little materialistic. A lot materialistic. Yeah. That can be a flaw.
Materialistic. Oh, okay. And why would a guy be lucky to be with you, sweetheart?
I mean, I got a kind heart. I will give you the world. I will participate in our relationship. I will be as loyal as you want me to be. And I can meet you halfway. And I can get to know you and know what you like, and then try and be that perfect person for you if you give me a chance.
I mean, you're not supposed to have to try to be somebody's perfect person. Just be yourself and try to find somebody that you're compatible with.
Okay. Let's do it. Do you want to get married again?
I do. Please, okay? Get in the DMs, because yes, let's do this. Let's see what it looks like. Let's go ahead and try it. Sorry.
So you want a fun marriage this time?
I do. I want a fun. Please be relaxed. Please don't give me all these rules. Can we meet in the middle? Please give me time to adjust. Just give me that. That's all I'm asking for. Okay.
I love it. Let's do it. Jenny, she in it, but I will say this. Before she get her man, she has a hot girl summer, but it's extended. So a couple of things. Don't be controlling.
Yeah.
Okay. She gonna wear her hair the way she wanna wear her hair. She gonna have her money. She gonna have her friends. And don't have a wife that passed away, child. Don't get over it yet. Because Jenny said, I'm not here. I'm not here for the ghosts of wife passed. Okay? The wife passed away. I'm in the presence. Come to me. Appreciate the presence.
And please like kids. Please like kids. I have a 2-year-old son about to be 3. He's artistic, and I need that. Like, sometimes I need somebody to talk to. I do have bad days. So just listen. Please don't let it just be only about fun. Be that person that I can talk to.
Okay.
So
we didn't know you had an autistic son. So come with a caring heart. Let's do it. How could the guy reach out to you, boo?
All right.
Why is that okay with my money though?
Y'all literally are the same.
How?
Y'all both got me for once.
We both have you?
Yeah.
She has you.
Yeah.
She has you. She could call you right now. You about to go link up with Yes. Okay. All right. I think no.
Look,
what am I looking at?
the only difference between y'all two is that you got a ring and she don't.
But we're on the same level.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give her the ring. Is that okay?
Look, baby.
I'm gonna serve you with the divorce papers, and you could give her the ring. That could be a Christmas present. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. Let's stay on the couch. Stay on the couch that y'all bought me. Stay on the couch. What do you mean? You just said we're on the same level, so she could have my spot, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. She can have my spot. No, she can have my spot. You just said it. You just said it was okay.
You know, this shit really bothering me right now. How you acting?
Okay. And it bothered me.
He cheated on her, but it's bothering him how she's acting. That's interesting.
I seen a charge on my card for a Christmas gift.
Y'all literally the same.
And okay, so you should have bought it yourself.
I'm saying though.
So he literally bought a gift with his wife's money. And it appears that he doesn't have any. This is heavy duty dust right here, folks.
You got a ring.
All right, I'm serving you with divorce papers. She can have the ring. Merry Christmas.
All right.
Man, that's crazy.
Queen make.
Okay. So if you already know the situation with what's his name? Simone Biles' husband. I can't remember his name. Let's break into it real quick. You may have not seen this part of it.
Take it back here. Part 3. When I analyze human behavior and human psychology, there's always multiple angles to view things from. And it didn't dawn on me until after I posted the last video, something very critical about his psychology. If you're familiar with me, the Queenmaker, you know I have a book that I wrote called The Game, 41 Shades of Men, The Pursuit to Subdue and Use You. I have every type of man that you could possibly think of in this book. Chapter 34 is titled The White Girl Man. Why is this important? Because if you understand the
The white girl man.
psychology of a black male, you understand that white women are seen as a status symbol for black males. So when black males really have not too much going for themselves, or if they do have something going for themselves, getting a white woman is like getting a trophy because it means he's closer to the white male and he's made it in his mind.
Let me play that
Or if
over
they
again.
do have something going for themselves, symbol for black males. So when black males really have not too much going for themselves, or if they do have something going for themselves, getting a white woman is like getting a trophy because it means he's closer to the white male and he's made it in his mind. So now when you go back in time and you see his so-called preference of that time, you have to understand that his preference is not this type because he just likes this type. He's with this woman because she represents a status symbol to him. So in actuality, his preferences all have something in common: status. The only reason he is with Simone Biles is because she is of higher status than him, and she fell right into his lap. He let it be known that if she didn't inbox him, he would not have inboxed her. And he also let it be known, as he rejected swiping her first, that he did not swipe her first. She
Right. He wasn't attracted to her visually at all. This is very important what Queenmaker is saying here. Welcome, Legs for Life. Legs for Life in the chat. New Diamond, Ellen Ripley, Mr. Snoopy, Phoenix Soul. Let's go.
swiped him, and then he swiped her, and they matched. Go figure. And if you want to cop the game 41 Shades of Men, hit it up on Amazon and Audible. You won't regret it.
Let me pause that right there. This is a very, very important discussion because basically the thing is that if you can find a man's pattern is a man's pattern. I mean, a woman's pattern is a woman's pattern too, but basically if they have a pattern and you can figure out what that pattern is, then you know who you're dealing with. And it would allow you to choose better. That's why I'm really confused why black men don't like Princella. Black men should love Princella because black men say that black women need to choose better. Her book is all about women choosing better. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Her books are about women choosing better. So black men should love Princella. They should love themselves some Princella because she's trying to help black women choose better. Actually, Cynthia G is doing a very well same thing too. She's just helping black women choose better. So let's keep going.
Shout out to black men. We already know about the Keisha maker, right? We already know.
And that's why I don't understand what this guy's talking about, because I guarantee you not. If I debated this guy, I'd say to you, do you want black women to choose better? He'd say, yeah. And then after he goes, yeah. Then I say, so isn't Queenmaker, telling women to choose better? Yeah. Then what's your problem? Oh, listen to him.
About her lifestyle. We already know about her degenerate living. We already know that she comes from a dysfunctional background.
So instead, he wanted to choose time. He wanted to use his time to insult her. But it just shows you that really, quite honestly, they don't want you to choose better. They want you to choose them, which has to be worse because otherwise they would have been chosen by somebody else. Especially somebody like this. And they'd be too busy to complain. Here's another one.
I just uploaded something when I was out and about earlier today. And I think it's important. I've said it jokingly, but if we could give an award or some kind of conversion for how many times when I'm out talking with, and in particular, Black women, how many times I talk to a Black woman that is attractive, but over 30 and unmarried, but it always comes out. But I've been engaged.
It's this boring one. My bad. That was a mistake. We played that one already. This is important. Here we go.
Men don't care about women who are not attached to them by family or romance. So when you see men create entire platforms talking about the poor behaviors of women under the guise of helping women see themselves or bringing families together, that is in the benefit of men only. They don't care about you. Natural order would eliminate most men from having access to women, right? So everything they do, the underlying agenda is for them, right? So when you see married men or men who are coupled off with women and they are super focused on women that are not theirs, is to benefit.
This, by the way, this is by Healing is Sexy.
Other men. They need you to be on board so that other men can have women, can have agreeable women, can have wives, not so that you can have husbands or be happy in relationships.
Right. Basically, what she's saying is that the men online that are married or not, that are doing this red pill bullshit, what they're doing is they're farming victims for their narcissistic following. That's how I see it.
The Samuels fellow told y'all that there's no such thing as happiness in a relationship. You don't leave when you're unhappy. It's not about happiness. It's about the family. It's about men getting what they want. Not
exactly. And that's how you know. That's the wonderful and beautiful thing about the Black manosphere is if you find out somebody is in it. Like, let's say you go on a date or something like that, and you spark up a conversation. A good conversation is, how do you feel about Kevin Samuels? If they give you some glowing review of Kevin Samuels, you know that if you really want a supportive relationship, a good relationship, you're not going to get it there, not through him.
You getting what you want. They do not give a fuck about you, right? Because everything they want benefits them, right? They think that everybody should be speaking for what they desire, which is family, community, children. I don't even see why women are having children for most men, right? So keep that in mind. These men are not creating content for you. They don't care about you. They care about men getting what they want out of women. Men
exactly. And I don't even think they care about the men. They care about the money they get from the men who are trying to get something out of women. That's what they care about. They just care about the man's money. So they don't really, these men, let's put it this way. Most men in the manosphere don't care about anybody. And this could even include their own family members. They care about getting what they want because they're all mostly a certain psychological type. Because they were all drawn in by the same type of attraction. And that attraction is whatever kind of baked shame, blame, and explain meal that these narcissistic owners cook up, okay, what these narcissistic owners cook up for their crowd.
Who are not attached to you by way of family or romance do not care about you. Keep that in mind when you think you're entitled to whatever they have simply because you're a woman, because that's not how they operate. They're purpose driven and they invest in things that they're going to get a return on their investment. Men are not.
I don't know if they're even they are purpose driven when it comes to control, but don't think purpose driven is using in the term of purpose driven as far as getting a good job and all that other stuff.
Nice like women. Men are not nurturing like women. Men don't operate in this world as we do, as we would to our fellow person, right? Just the way that they are. Again, I'm not saying that they will never. I'm just saying that they're wired to protect what's theirs, right? There are men who are chivalrous and will do things, but even then, the return is beneficial to their ego, right? Or they could just be good people. I believe that there are just good men. I believe that. But yeah, they're not doing things out of the kindness of their heart for the most part, and they don't care about you. All this chatter about what women should be is for other men, not you.
Phoenix Soul breaks it down like this: men are logical when it comes to their survival. The Queen Maker. Bars.
Hey guys, what's up? Mel Williams here, your emotional health and relationship mentor. So I just watched this video and I wanted to talk about it real quick. So I really resonate with.
I'm gonna pause right here. Make sure you do like and subscribe her channel. I'm gonna hit that to all. Let me give you a little bit more of a taste of what she offers, and then we're gonna go on to the next video. Here we go.
A lot of what she says. I didn't play the whole clip because it was a little bit long, but I resonate with a lot of what she says. And I think really that's what we're seeing. And maybe we as women are coming to grips with the reality that this is how men operate. This is how they're wired. And like she says, it's not that there aren't any good chivalrous men out there that can see a problem going on and not step in to help. But I really do feel that this, like she's accurate as far as what men typically operate as, the majority of men typically operate as. They are purpose driven. They really do not care about you as a woman unless, like she said, you are someone that is belonging to them or a part of their family in a family way or in a romantic way. And this definitely explains a lot of the behaviors.
I wouldn't even say romantic. I think more so if it's sexual way, but here we go.
And reactions or lack thereof that you may be seeing.
I saw something like that happen the other day where this guy was pretending to be a friend of a young lady's, and he turned out to be quite the monster. I don't think I'll go into it this live stream, but he was a complete monster, and he showed his ass. That's for sure. It was disgusting what I saw, and it's so funny because his whole thing was to go up there, and it's just funny. It was crazy. Let me keep going.
Experiencing inside of whether it's even a relationship, whether it's inside of just like the stranger interaction, whatever the case might be. What she's saying resonates, and I believe that there is truth in it. There are a lot of men, majority of men, that operate on this, what's in it for me? What's the return on my investment if I get involved? And so when we talk about relationships, when we talk about forming relationships, when we talk about men and women connecting, I actually do care about relationships. I actually do care about men and women learning each other and connecting. And I do care about Black love. The woman previously says that she does not, but I do. And so in my mission,
Black love is a very dangerous thing because if you believe in Black love and you're going to force Black love, then you can put yourself in a situation where you're not choosing well, because your goal is for Black love, not necessarily happiness. There can be a difference between the two, quite a difference. Let me keep it going.
You want her to respect your masculinity and your manhood because you have and the XY chromosome. It don't work that way. Women respect resources. You can't check a bitch because you got nothing to check with. The only place you dominate is in the bedroom. Dominate on the balance sheet. Dominate on your wallet, which is your accomplishments. Any woman that you choose to deal with, her money should be no good with you if you're 100% man. You pay everything.
You heard him. You pay everything, fellas, but you don't pay everything, do you? Not the one in the manosphere, because Kevin also said you only make 43.5, and if you're only making 43.5, you end up like this young lady. Remember this young lady in this video here?
He's autistic.
Where she got married but was broke? Remember her? What you need to understand, you need to be making so much money that you need to literally support 2 people, and obviously 3 if you have children with them. Welcome a lady in the house. Ellen Ripley, Miss RV, spinning so new diamond. Legs for life. Mistress Newbie. We're going to keep this going. But that's a very important point I need to make there, because that's the problem I have is like, at least according to Kevin Samuels, he's not down with that bus driver bullshit. He's not down with the light bill bullshit either. But you guys are. So, I played him. I played this clip for you. I played this clip. So you need to make up your mind what kind of, I guess, manipulation you want to use today, because you get mad at. I've seen you guys get mad at what Ebony K. Williams because she wouldn't accept a bus driver. You guys got livid. You look, all of them, the Daniels dude, all the Kevin Samuels dudes out there, all the imitators. All of you got mad because Ebony K. Williams said that, I'm not going to date a bus driver, right? So, but it sounds like to me, Kevin Samuels says black women aren't supposed to date a bus driver. But then you guys got mad about it. So what is it? Really, quite honestly, you guys should fly in here, get in this chat and tell me what you think, because right now I'm hearing a lot of contradictory stuff. A lot of hypocrisy. Let's get into this. Here we go.
Kevin Hart is suing a familiar YouTuber, Tasha K, at it again, perhaps suing her for defamation. Comedian Kevin Hart has filed an extortion and defamation lawsuit against YouTube personality Tasha K after first sending the blogger a cease and desist letter on November 22nd. Controversial blogger is accused of trying to extort the actor for $250,000 by threatening to publish a scathing interview with his former assistant.
If she, and people do this, there's extortion here even on YouTube, but if she sent somebody, right, to tell Kevin, hey, pay me $250,000, or this goes up, that's extortion. That's extortion. So that I'm not cool with. So I don't know why she's playing that game. I know, to me, it's like, it seems very dangerous, but believe it or not, Kevin kind of put himself in this situation because of this.
He needs to say an apology. He's about to lose Nike.
The first scandal was with the first paper.
Correct.
The one in Vegas.
Yes.
So these other scandals.
It's another one in the office.
She pregnant again.
Correct. With her second
And
baby.
he's still leaving semen stains all over the couch at the Heartbeat.
Correct.
And showering and going home. Like,
y'all know Kevin Hart is.
Let me pause it right there. So Kevin, see, the thing is this, there are some women that don't like to be cheated on. There actually are. There's some women that don't like to be cheated on. I don't know why, fellas, why don't we get it? And don't get mad at me. If I tell you you have a flat tire, don't tell me I'm bashing you. You want to cheat? I can tell you it's not a good look. Obviously, Kevin doesn't think it's a good look if he wanted to keep it quiet. Otherwise, he'd say, yeah, I'm a cheater. I'm a cheater. I'm a cheater. You see what I'm saying? Well, don't you think so? I mean, why would you? It's like this. If you were supposed to cheat, then nobody would be mad. Now, if your wife cheated on you, you got a problem, don't you? So why can't she have that same problem? So, I mean, I'm disappointed because, Kevin's a pretty talented entertainer, but he can't stop from cheating, and he doesn't understand. I mean, people and other men look up to him. So he's really literally teaching other men to cheat. He doesn't look at it like that, but that's what he's doing because everybody's like, wow, he's got it all. I wish I, was famous and had money like him and a beautiful wife like him that I could cheat on. That's what he's basically teaching men. Let's play some more.
Basically trying to sue Tasha K over that interview. You know what I'm saying? He claimed she was trying to, get money out of him over the whole situation.
So Tasha K interviewing, let me make this clear. Tasha K interviewing that person is perfectly fine. It was the fact that she tried to use it to leverage money with it that I'm not cool with. That was extortion. So he might have a case, who knows? But if she just went ahead and did the interview, I would be fine. I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's just, Tasha K, this is why you don't cheat, because there's Tasha K's out there. They're gonna dig up the dirt. You know it. They're gonna dig up the dirt. So the best thing to do is not cheat. So you don't have to worry about shit like this. But he didn't do it. And that's the important lesson I'm trying to actually bestow to my fellow brothers and warn Black women about. Cheating is not a right. You guys are out there treating cheating like it's a right. I need to play that other clip once again. I need to play this other clip.
Why is that okay with my money though?
Y'all literally are the same.
How?
Y'all both got me for once.
We both have you?
Yeah.
She has you. Yeah. She has you. She could call you right now. You about to go link up with Yes. Okay. All right. I think no.
Look at him. He really think he's really gonna sell this. He's really gonna sell this. Phoenix, so I stopped giving little man my attention once he left the woman who struggled with him when he had nothing for his current preference. Bars. Yeah, well said, Phoenix. So she cheated. Yep, she cheated. She cheated. He cheated on the current chick, but that's how she obtained him. Yep. And it's very common. It's the thing, Phoenix. So it's very common. This is one of the most common things that happen is for some reason these guys, they marry the sides. They do marry side chicks. And I guess that's why a lot of women become side chicks, because they think they're next, not knowing that somebody else is going to be next after them. Let me play this over again. This is important. Here we go.
Why is that okay with my money though?
Y'all literally are the same.
How?
Y'all both got me for once.
We both have you?
Yeah.
She has you. She has you. She could call you right now. You about to go link up with Yes. Okay. All right. I think no.
Look,
What am I looking at?
the only difference between y'all two is that you got a ring and she don't.
But we're on the same level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Let me pause right here. New Diamond says this: the more money, the more opportunities. But also, women do throw themselves on married men too. Because of his money, women are attached to money. Money is feminine. Oh, that's a good way to look at it. I think it's more like it's more money, more opportunities. But quite honestly, I think it's bad morals, more opportunities. Because this dude here in the photo, he don't look like he has a penny to step on. And obviously he doesn't, since he has to buy gifts for his side chick with her money. So that goes to tell us that basically it's just a matter of having low morals like he does. That's on to having no issue cheating on women on other women. Watch this again. Here we go.
Why is that okay with my money though?
Y'all literally are the same.
How?
Y'all both got me for once.
We both have you?
Yeah.
She has you. She has you. She could call you right now. You about to go link up with Yes. Okay. All right. I think no.
Look,
What am I looking at?
the only difference between y'all two is that you got a ring and she don't.
But we're on the same level.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give her the ring. I'm gonna give her the ring. Is that okay?
Look, baby.
I'm gonna serve you with the divorce papers, and you could give her the ring.
I hear that. He gets divorce papers for Christmas. She gets a ring. Boom. Problem solved.
Christmas present. No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Let's
Let's
see.
stay on the couch. Stay on the couch that y'all bought me. Stay on the couch. What do you mean? You just said we're on the same level, so she could have my spot, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. She can have my spot. She can have my spot.
So-
No, she can have my
so-
spot.
So you see this guy right here. So if black women see this, you guys, you have to understand my point of view here. If black women see this, do you think they want to? Do you think black women really want a guy who cheats? They might end up with a guy who cheats, but most people do not, regardless of race. Actually, it's not just black women. Any women, they really don't want a dude who cheats. But for some reason, in this red pill realm, we have this idea that cheating is cool or it's not a big deal. That's crazy.
You just said it. You just said it was okay.
You know, this shit really bothering me right now, how you acting.
And then he has the audacity to say that shit. You need to hear that again. This is where the narcissism comes out. This is where the narcissism, he's realizing that his manipulation is not working like it either used to or it usually does. So check this out right here. I'd like to welcome to the chat Slim Duncan. It's Mistress Newbie, New Diamond, A Lady, Phoenix Soul. Check it out.
You know, this shit really bothering me right now, how you acting.
Okay.
You know, this shit really bothering me right now, how you acting.
He got the nerve to try to get mad because she's not accepting his cheating ways. It sounds so crazy. It sounds so crazy that he would, but that's how I've seen it. I've been a witness to this shit. Welcome, Slim Duncan. New subby, I appreciate your subbing. We try to get down and do our thing in here. I'm glad you're here. We're about to break into some stuff right now. Here we go.
Okay. And it bothered me when I seen a charge on my card for a Christmas gift.
Boom, bars. Oh man, I'm sorry, this woman, she seems like a very nice woman, but she's very sharp. Here we go.
Literally the same.
And
It's almost like she has to treat him like a little child. It's like he didn't grow up.
You should have bought it yourself.
I'm saying though, you got a ring.
All right, I'm serving you with divorce papers. She can have the ring. Merry Christmas. All right.
Oh man. Okay, we already went over this, but yeah, I mean, that's crazy to me. How did you see how nonchalant he was about it? You know, how relaxed and like, oh yeah. Yeah, I should be doing this all, what's wrong? She has her things, you have yours. Phoenix Soul, thank you for the super sticker. Love it. Love it. Thank you, Phoenix Soul. Let me jump over to, where are we? We are, it is Cheaters. And this one's going to hurt because I'm a huge Stevie Wonder fan. Yeah, A-Lady, you nailed it. This is crazy. I hope she is doing this because she's kicking him out. Yes. Because that was just like weird how he's like just expecting, he's actually getting mad at her for not expecting his for not liking his cheating ways. Yep, he will be in bed with her the next day. Women have got to get off the peen juice. Basically. Yep. Oh man, we got more cheaters for you. Here we go.
And yours truly, that we know your little messy self is gonna love. Uh-oh, girl.
Okay, let me pause this for here. This woman is funny. This is our RG. Make sure you like and subscribe. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit because I don't want to blow everybody's ear out. There. She's got good quality, so I don't need to pump up the thing. Here we go.
Let me get ready. Of course, if you prefer our previous format, then you're more than welcome to watch the old video, which we've linked in our description box. Bye, Ashley. But for the rest of y'all, are you ready to jump into this HSM hot, stinking mess? I'm ready, girl. I'm ready, girl. Before we dive deep into other people's business, don't forget to scoop up something to munch on at rrgsnacks.com. Our
RRG Snacks. I wonder what they got. Let's see what they got.
Online concession stand that has an assortment of beef and bacon jerky, blue raspberry licorice, RRG coffee mugs, and gummy sour bears. That sounds good as hell. On May 13th, 1950, Stevie Wonder was born prematurely in Saginaw, Michigan. He told Oprah Winfrey he was placed in an incubator and his doctor made an irreversible mistake. Stevie said, "I was given too much oxygen and an area of my eyes was destroyed." His retinas detached, leading to Stevie losing his eyesight. Despite his disability, The Independent reports he sang in the church choir, learned to play the piano at the age of 7, taught himself to play the harmonica, drums, and bass, and had no shortage of women lining up to date him. Say what now? He told Oprah Winfrey that as a child, one of his favorite songs to sing was Smokey Robinson and the Miracle song, "Then I'll Try Something New." Stevie said, "When I'd sing that song, the girls would come around and my heart would beat fast." Although he couldn't see the girls, he said he could feel the way they were really into him. After getting signed,
Stevie was born in that era of, the era that Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere brag about how women were submissive and all that kind of stuff, and that the family was at the strongest because it was Jim Crow. But anyway, basically, it was supposed to be going on for men back then, and basically, though, they was cheating. Even back then, men were cheating. So, the only difference is that men could cheat and get away with it easier because, there was less laws for women back then. That's it. That's why they talk about, these men talk about the submissive era. They're not talking about marriage as far as monogamous marriage. They're talking about marriage because men could do what they wanted to do. Let's keep it going. Welcome, Mystic Moon in the house.
To Motown's Tamla label, his natural charisma made him popular with girls too. As of this video, he has fathered 9 children with 5 women.
What, another role model. 9 women, 5 children. 5 children. No, 9 children, 5 women. I finally got it right. That's 2 apiece. That's what they want. This is what they want. But without the child support. This is what they want. Yeah, a lady says it was common for men to be pimps and women to be their prostitutes in that day. Yep. Let me go ahead and drop the link just in case somebody wants to come up. We're to the halfway mark. This is probably a perfect time. Here we go.
Baby, his eyesight might not be the best, but the dang-a-lang is still dang-a-langin'. Okay. According to singer Betty LaVette's memoir called A Woman Like Me, which we've linked in our description box, she and some other singers in the Detroit music scene decided to throw Stevie a party for his 16th birthday. Their objective was to turn Stevie into a man. Lord, this is getting messy. Stevie's deflowering party took place in Betty's basement apartment. She wrote that she was the first one approached to do the honors, but she suggested her friend Marie Early should take Stevie to Pound Town, since she would make the experience more unforgettable. When Marie failed to show up to the party, Stevie's happiness turned to sadness. Aww. Lacking the ability to see, Stevie relied on his other senses to help him pinpoint the most beautiful woman in a room. He once told Page Six, "I know a lady of the world when I'm around her."
Welcome, Mystic Moon.
So I really don't need anyone to tell me she's the one or she's not. Okay, Stevie. As his career began to heat up, he was hounded by groupies. However, Stevie told Jet Magazine it became much easier for him to identify the satin dolls. The what? Satin dolls is a term coined by Stevie's idol, Duke Ellington. He described a satin doll as a woman who is as pretty on the outside as she is on the inside. Oh, okay. That sounds like me. Stevie said he would judge his conversations with women. A good sense of humor and a great personality were 2 things that would win him over. However, sometimes knowing a woman had a nice body was all it took. Just like a ninja with sight, okay? One former girlfriend told the New York Post she was sitting in front of Stevie at church when the guys he was with told him, "Wow, she's got a nice butt and a face to match." And that was Stevie's cue to spit some game. The woman told the publication
I just want to stop it there. I just wanted to show you that back then, even when women were submissive, men still cheated on them. And I wanted to get that out of the way. Stevie Wonder was treated very well by women. And he cheated and treated them wrong, just like everybody else. That's what Cynthia G was talking about, that pathology. Let's get back to Kevin Hart, though. Let's get back to Kevin Hart. Are we there? No. Wait. Yeah, let's break this down.
Publicly humiliated me. I just kept saying, how the fuck did you let that happen?
It's all happening all over again with Kevin Hart, guys. It's all happening all over again. But maybe we should be asking ourselves, did he ever stop cheating on Aniko? And is Aniko just done this time?
The first scandal was with the first baby.
Correct.
The one in Vegas.
Yes.
So these other scandals,
It's another one in the office.
she pregnant again.
Correct. With her second baby.
Okay, y'all know that these assistants in Hollywood. would be known the most. And Kevin Hart's former assistant, Maisha Shakes, has decided to lay him out to dry. Well, Kevin also filed a lawsuit against Tasha K and Maisha for doing the interview. But what did Maisha really spill about him? And most importantly, what does Eniko think about her husband being exposed like that? Will she finally be leaving Kevin Hart? So as you have probably seen, Tasha K hosted Kevin Hart's former assistant on her show. And the tea she was spilling about Kevin was stinking hot. I mean, the title itself promised one hell of an expose, as it read. Kevin Hart's personal assistant tells all, gambling addict, habitual cheater, paying millions to a man to take DUI charges for him, and framing best friend of 30 years in fake extortion plot. Honey.
What? And framing best friend of 30 years in fake extortion plot. Dang. Let's keep it going.
Framing best friend of 30 years in fake extortion plot. Honey, the former PA went deep into the
welcome pistol hold. Welcome
details. And first of all, as for why she even reached out to Tasha, Maisha was like,
"There's a time for Hollywood to hear this story, especially because a lot of people are locked in non-disclosures and they're not able to talk and protect themselves. But you have to protect the person you're working for. Where's your protection?"
After that, Maisha talked about Kevin cheating on Eniko with several women, basically throughout their entire relationship. Now, these cheating scandals are not new, and for y'all who remember back in 2017, Kevin cheated on Eniko with Mantia Sabic while she was 8 months pregnant with their first child. At the time, he addressed the subsequent extortion attempts that took place and how his wife held him accountable.
And I just, it's a moment when you know you're wrong, and there's no excuses for your wrong behavior. At the end of the day, man, I just simply got to do better. But I'm not going to also allow a person to have financial gain off of my mistakes. And in this particular situation,
why not? Why not? I mean, why Boss will let him get, off of his mistakes that he keeps making. They must not be that much of a mistake.
That's what was attempted. I said I'd rather fess up to my mistakes.
I mean, Kevin did the most to apologize to Eniko by saying how sorry he was in several interviews, like he was on the Breakfast Club apologizing.
It's beyond irresponsible. Okay, if you want to get to it, Charlamagne, then I'm gonna let you get what you want. Now, there's no way around it. The best way to do is just address it right on. Yeah, just say exactly what it is. That's Kevin Hart in his dumbest moment. That's not the finest hour of my life.
Kevin even starred in J. Cole's music video for Kevin's Hart as himself during the scandal, fully owning up and coming to terms with his unfaithful past. The video actually depicts Kevin going through the day where news of the scandal presumably breaks, getting mixed reactions of disgust and attempts at seduction by women surrounding him in a retail store, a supermarket, and a restaurant. In the end, Kevin escapes to the bathroom, where a man in the stall next to him is heard saying, "Nobody's perfect and you're only human. Learn from it, man. Learn from it." But here's the thing, y'all. Was he sorry he cheated or sorry that he got caught? Because these apologies that Kevin was making took place in 2017. But it looks like he never stopped cheating because his assistant was talking about things that were happening in 2020. She said that she knew what was going on, but figured out.
Yeah, he never. I mean, that's the funny thing is, the thing is that's how you know somebody has little or no empathy is when they continue to do something after hurting somebody they deemed close to them, right? But they keep doing it. I mean, and he did it to his old wife, and he's doing it to this wife, and the new wife shouldn't. The only thing is that I feel more for the old wife. I feel more bad for the old wife because she didn't know he was probably a cheater. But that's one. His new wife knows that. His new wife. Anyway, let me welcome to the stage Ellen Ripley and Dante Adams. Welcome, y'all.
Hey DJ, hi everybody.
What's going on?
For me, this is really scary because I'm 8 months pregnant, and me and my husband, we discussed that he wanted me to be a stay at home mom, a stay-at-home wife. But see, I'm in an interracial relationship, so it's probably different. But this is scary in itself. I don't know, because I can't be the type of person that's in the house all the time. I agree that, once the child, we don't know whether it's going to be a boy or a girl, but once he or she is able to enter school, then I can go back out and work. But I'm starting to change my mind. I don't know. I asked my dad already, but what is your opinion, DJ? That's what I wanted to know.
It would probably be defer to your dad, but I will give you my opinion. Basically, if you have the feeling of boredom, okay, when you're at home, and which happens to a lot of people. Some people just like to work. They just like to get out and about. That's different. You see what I'm saying? But I would just, I mean, you want it. It's like this. Be responsible, but do what you want to do at the same time. It's hard for me to explain it. What you should, I mean, the thing is that if there's things that if you can find this, okay, I got it down. Sorry for stuttering, but I think I got this.
Okay.
If your life does not feel good by just, well, number one, you shouldn't be staying in that house, even if you have you're a stay-at-home mom. I don't think that's what a stay-at-home mom means, is staying at home. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's not what they mean. Is that, in fact, I want to remove that. You should not be a stay-at-home mom. You can't just be at home all the time. It's not mentally good for you anyway. That don't mean bring your child out in 2-degree weather either. But you're not supposed to just be at home. I don't believe that's just not, it's mentally bad for people, even if you don't even have children, to be in the house all the time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there are going to be some things that you probably can't do anymore. Obviously the clubbing thing might be, cut down, but you should be able to do a lot of things. Pistol hole's funny. But anyway, but you see, that's how I see it, is that don't be a stay at home mom, literally, if you know what I mean. Go out there, enjoy life. Your child is going to feel the positive energy coming from you from enjoying life. Okay. And that's the best way to nurture a child is positivity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think I made my decision anyway. I'm just going to get a relative to babysit or become a nanny, but I'm not going to be a stay. I already made my decision. I just wanted your opinion, but enough about me. So,
Dante, what are your thoughts?
I wanted to speak up on the Kevin Samuel clip.
Okay, which one?
That you played. The one he was talking about a man leaving with his wallet, and a man should not be complaining about a woman or checking a woman if he ain't got enough resources to check her with. Now, okay. I do agree with you. There was a lot of contradiction in that, because remember on previous shows, he was talking about how black women don't let me get a hold of myself. How other races of women would give their man respect if they work low wages job. They don't, if they have low income or what have you, they'll still come home from work and give that man respect. Now, when he come to black woman, he'll say black woman won't respect a man if he was working a low income job or what have you. She wouldn't give that man submission. But there's a contradictory in that is he was saying that you need to have resources to get submission.
Right.
If I'm hearing that right.
That part, yeah.
But it's
I
like,
want to ask a question. Oh, I'm sorry, you wasn't finished. Go ahead.
no, go on.
I just wanted to ask a question. What do black, well, not that I care, but I'm just curious. What do you black men feel submission is? Because to me, it sounds like they want a robot. They don't want a woman with a voice. They just want a woman that speaks only when spoken to. What do you want, like a tool or like a I don't understand what do you mean by submission? Explain verbatim. What do you, usual what do most black men want when they come home from a long day's work? How would they like the woman to act? Go.
I really, it's these, I really don't talk about that. Yeah, I'm talking about I'm talking about Kevin Samuels and his ilk that sit up on and complain about how black women don't give black men submission. But you want to know.
But I want to know, what do they mean by submission? What is the definition of submission to them? What does submission look like? That's what I wanted to know.
A lot of times they don't know their damn self.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
he's got a point there. He's got a point. I mean, really, to me, their definition of submission is control. Is allow the woman to be controlled. That's what they want. Because think about it. The same guys who are flying abroad, right? They want submission. Right. But
so what if the woman doesn't? Okay, so say she only financially, because like in the DR, they that's what they do to women, and this is true. The women have to rely on the men. They have to rely on the men for everything. Okay, in Dominican Republic. But so you want a woman to, you're paying all the bills. You want her to cook, clean, don't argue back with you, which is impossible if you're talking about a Spanish woman. I don't care if you're abroad or whatever, but you want her to not say anything. You want that's almost like abuse. Like you want to be able to physically and mentally abuse a woman. Am I not right?
Pretty close. They're not thinking they're abusing, but that's what it is. Yeah.
It's it's like they don't want a woman to have her own fucking thoughts, to be honest with you.
But that would really be like, I know you guys are men, but I'm telling you, that would be, a woman would feel like a bird in a cage. And that would be a miserable life. Like, darn, she can't have no type of freedom. She can't have any fun. She just has to live for you. Yeah, they need to go overseas. Maybe God is giving black women who still date black men, maybe they're giving them a break. Maybe God is trying to wake them up, because this is abuse to me. But anyway.
Yeah, Fiona breaks it down like this. Fiona says they want to treat women like children, but don't like to raise actual children. Bars. That is bars. Let me play a little bit more of what he's saying here.
It was obvious when the parking attendant and the security guard called her and told her that Kevin was going to his office with different women, but there was one main side chick. So the main side chick was a flight attendant, and she used to be a flight attendant on Kevin's flights.
This is the thing. Listen to that again. I mean, not only was he cheating, I mean, the side chick was just going
on, but figured out it was obvious when the parking attendant and the security guard called her and told her that Kevin was going to his office with different women, but there was one main side chick. So the main side chick was a flight attendant, and she used to be a flight attendant on Kevin's flights, and apparently everyone in the office knew she was the main side chick, even though there were others. Now, Maisha did her girl Aniko a solid, found the girl and texted Aniko with photos of the girl named named Connor Morgan and told her what was happening. It gets even juicier, by the way, because other than the incident where Kevin was bringing different women to the office, Maisha spilled that she once walked in on Kevin cheating with an employee at the office.
I came in one day. I don't know if anything happened, but there was somebody in his office, and I was heading to mine because somebody just put a TV on my wall. Correct. Someone was supposed to put a TV on my wall.
Okay.
And I came in and I walked right back out, and I was like, whatever is happening in there, I know it's not good. I didn't see anything, but I left.
You heard noises?
Yes. I don't know what kind of, but it was
Damn.
Child, you know, with all this cheating, someone is always bound to get pregnant, right? Well, Maisha did allege that Kevin Hart actually got somebody pregnant. For all we know,
He's not even careful or responsible.
Oh my God.
For one, I'm gonna say this. For one, no man don't even have to shouldn't have to even lie to a woman, period. Because if he want to have an open relationship, he just had to make that. He had to make that upfront with the woman that he's supposed to get married to from the beginning.
Right.
So there won't be no confusion. There won't be no no deceitfulness in it. Because as you don't be straight up with a person and straightforward with a person, is deceitfulness. That's all. It's just deceitfulness. If you can't be straight up and what you want and you know, you just can't be straight up with the person, you know, that's either you're deceiving, you're just being deceitful.
Yeah. I agree. Men or women are deceitful because they want to, they feel like if their deceit's going to get them their cake and eat it too, then they're going to do that.
But I just wanted to say this. As men, okay, you don't feel, I personally, and a lot of people are going to hate me because of this, I don't feel as though men are wired to be faithful. I just don't. Like, only a small group of men are. You know, as long as I don't see it, like I mean, as long as I don't like get any type of suspicion, I can't prove it, and I don't see it, I'm gonna say that, look, it's gonna be a time during our marriage that he might stray or he might step out. But long as I don't see it, everything is okay. But I don't think men are wired to do. I think men are only as faithful as their options. Am I wrong for saying that?
I mean, it's each his own. It's each his own. You know, some men, you know, they have no problem being with one woman. Some men, they just like to be you know, with multiple women. You know, it all depends on that person. You know, but if a man knowing that he really don't want to be tied down to one woman, he just be straight. He should be straightforward and upfront with that person that he's called himself get into a serious relationship with.
Yep. Pistol said this. Didn't she cheat with him on his first? Yeah, on his first. Yeah. And so she should know what to accept. Maybe that's why she's been tolerating it for this long. I mean, the thing is this. It's one thing to apologize, but if you're not going to change, then what's the point of the apology? You know, what's the point of it?
Oh, she was engaged in all an adulterous nature. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just a side chick, but he's been ushering women in and out of his office like every day. That just tells you he's not willing or trying to fix his problem. He's not trying to do anything. Welcome, trauma.
There's probably women.
Welcome, T Mama. Welcome, New Diamond. Welcome, A Lady. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's probably women that just throws it at him like every day. Like he probably hires like a lot of women to do things for like, as secretaries, as assistants or whatever, and they're trying to get a piece of his empire. So they're gonna flirt with him. They're gonna, look, he's Kevin Hart. Like, he is, what is his net worth? Like, what, $100 million? So
Yeah.
they're trying to get the bag.
Well, I guess that's all that's left because he's sharing himself out with everybody else. What's left? There's nothing special about him anymore. The thing about being in a relationship with somebody is that you want to feel special to that person, right? But how can you feel special to that person if they keep sharing them out to other people? Then all there is the bag. Let me play a little bit more. Here we go.
Oh, there could be a baby or even babies out there with Kevin's DNA. But the bombshell claims didn't end there, because Maisha also spilled that Kevin Hart has a serious gambling problem and that poker is his game. According to her, things once got so bad that Kevin Hart burned through his payroll and had to pay out half checks to his various employees.
Does Kevin have?
Wow, that's not good. Let me tell you, people who do business with him, they don't want to hear that.
A gambling problem or something?
Kevin definitely has a gambling problem.
How bad?
Very bad. He spends at least 3 days a week he's gambling.
Wow. Welcome, Feisty Black Tina in the house. Phoenix Soul in the house.
Plays high stakes.
P Mama in the house.
Also, remember that scandal in 2017? At the time, reports surfaced that said Kevin Hart's former friend, Jonathan Todd Jackson, planted a camera in the room where the cheating took place, and he was accused of doing it to extort Kevin. But you know what? JT also dropped a little something for Tasha, saying that it was all a setup and there was never any extortion. And y'all don't even want to hear what was said about Kevin paying someone $4 million to take the blame for a DUI. Messy.
Wow.
Honey, all I can say is Kevin.
Why would you pay? Jeez. $4 million for a DUI? It must have been like he was going to have to go to prison if he didn't, something like that. That's
$4 million. He act like he killed somebody.
Yeah. A lady says he likes taking chances and living on the edge. Yeah, apparently that's so true, A lady. I mean, yes.
Kevin Hart was not okay with his name being dragged through the mud, and he clapped back with a lawsuit suing both Tasha and his former assistant for civil extortion and invasion of privacy, which is basically public disclosure of private facts. Additionally, he's suing Maisha for breach of contract and his former assistant for civil extortion and invasion of privacy, which is basically public disclosure of private facts.
Oh, let me play that one more time. Let me play that one more time.
Suing both Tasha and his former assistant for civil extortion and invasion of privacy, which is basically public disclosure of private facts. Additionally, he's suing Maisha for breach of contract and defamation. And he's also suing Tasha for intentional interference with contractual relations. The lawsuit alleges that back in November, someone affiliated with Tasha contacted a representative of Kevin Hart, informing them that an interview that would be damaging to Kevin Hart's reputation had been recorded. Apparently, Tasha would publish the interview unless Kevin Hart paid a ransom of $250,000. It then goes on to say that Kevin contacted the police and issued a cease and desist order to Tasha K, asking her not to publish the interview. It also cited the NDA between Kevin and his assistant, and that posting the interview would constitute intentional interference with contractual relations. So other than violating...
Wow, I mean, they're breaking it. He got himself a lawyer. What do you guys think so far?
About the scandal, about the setup scandal or what have you?
Yeah.
I say he wouldn't be in this predicament if he would just be honest. Period. He wouldn't have to go through this.
He's just careless.
But you know how rich people are. Like, I know some people who are rich, like real, like filthy rich. And it's like when you're rich, your exhibition level goes higher and higher. Like you've got everything in life, and you just want to explore. I don't know how to explain it. Like you just you become like a exhibitionist. You take chances, like you get off on like taking chances. Like they would do stuff like drive drunk purposely and see if they could get away with it, cheat on cheat with any and everybody, have sex with any and everybody. I think that that's what Kevin Hart is like. When you're super rich, you're just, I don't know how to explain it, you guys.
No, it's no problem. No problem. I'm gonna say Black Feisty Black Tina, welcome to the chat. T Mama, welcome to the chat. Callie King, welcome to the chat. 916. Okay. Feisty Black Tina breaks it down like this. This dude never stopped cheating, not even with the preference in Nico playing her position. Still, it's time to take him to the cleaners. What's up, Phoenix, Soul, and Fiona? Yeah, that's how, I mean, he can't stop. And you know what's funny to me is when men do this, a lot of men do this, then they get mad at the woman when they ask, like because after you do this, after you cheat, what happens? You have to pay child support if you have kids, or you have to pay alimony or something. Then they get mad at the woman for asking for the money that was allotted to them after they broke up.
Yep.
Happens all the time. T Mama says he probably has to cheat as agreed in his signed contract. Well, let me read this again, reread this. He probably has to cheat as agreed in his signed contract. Yeah, that's probably it. He probably cheating is part of the account. I have to cheat 3 times a week. Let me play a little bit more. Let's see what's going on.
The NDA, the interview, according to Kevin's complaint, included false and defamatory statements regarding Kevin and certain legal disputes in which he had been involved. The lawsuit added that the assistant made statements that were false, including that Kevin recorded a video of an encounter and that he faced criminal charges regarding that supposed incident. Well, Maisha acknowledged during her sit down with Tasha that she signed a pair of agreements with Kevin Hart, but she claimed her NDA had unspecified loopholes that allowed her to speak about her former boss. But Kevin Hart's lawsuit alleges there was no loophole that allowed her to speak about his personal life, adding that she will not be able to escape the consequences of violating her promises. Of course, this entire scandal had people talking, with some people saying that these PAs really don't have any integrity. On the other hand, a lot of people were more concerned with Aniko, with the majority saying that Aniko knows about his cheating and she's not going anywhere because she was once a side chick herself. Ooh. For those who can recall,
Here we go, folks. Here we go.
Was an entire scandal with Aniko when Kevin's ex-wife Tori claimed that Kevin was cheating on her with Aniko while they were still married. The notion was actually fueled by an Instagram post by Aniko in 2017, where she said
let me stop this for a minute. So I hope this is a good lesson that basically if you're with a cheater, you're with a cheater. The myth out there is that if you are the right woman for a man or the right man for a woman or something, and they were cheaters, that they'll all of a sudden not become cheaters anymore. That is so far from the truth. But this is how these people are wired. He's wired. He will always cheat. He will. Oh, something. I would put a bet that he would always cheat. I would put a bet on it. I would put a bet as long as he the only way I would hinge the bet is if he got therapy. But if he's otherwise, this is the way he's going to be until he dies.
That shows you the insecurity in people too.
Mm-hmm.
That they can't be honest with somebody. That shows you the insecurity too, because if you have I don't know. If you're a man and you don't have enough confidence to let a woman know that that you like to have, you're not a one woman man, and you like to just go in a relationship openly, have an open relationship, That's to me, that's a lack of confidence, and it shows your insecurities.
Yep,
But
you nailed it.
They're used to going, like Kevin Hart and a lot of celebrities, they're used to going to sex parties and having like massive orgies and stuff. So cheating is not he doesn't really, he's not, everything's coming easy to him being that he's super rich now, and he's not hardwired to be faithful, because he goes to these all of them do it. They go to these industry parties, they swap wives and girlfriends. It's like, you know, it's just like I don't know if people know about history, but you ever heard of the Roman festival Saturnalia?
No.
Okay, well, it was a Roman. It was basically it was used to be this was the holiday before it turned into Christmas. So like on the winter solstice in Rome, they used to have a big orgy in the streets, and they used to just act. A lot of hedonism was going on, and in Hollywood, they do they still practice Roman rituals, and but he's used to like being introduced to you know orgy parties. He used to, like, people are approaching him all the time. They tell him, look, you can basically get away with anything. They could really get away with deleting somebody, and somebody will cover it up for them. That's how powerful they are. So he's in that scene. Old-fashioned views are out the window when you are the elite. You feel as though you look at people like they're ants. But it's hard to explain.
Yeah, to me, it seems like this. It seems like these guys are making the wrong decision, especially when they have the money. I believe you can either have a side chick or you can have a therapist. You can go to a therapist, and they're deciding to go with the side chick. I think they have issues from maybe their history or past, or some mental disorder that's not allowing them to be loyal. And see that what a lot of, especially in our community, a lot of Black men don't realize that a lot of other cultures, they see honesty and loyalty as a form of a value. It's a form of currency. And if they think that you can't provide it, they don't want to do business with you, or they won't want to do as much business with you, or you're not going to get as good as a deal because they don't expect that you're going to pan out. So the fact that, another thing they look at is the fact that he's a gambler. A person being a gambler is a bad look for somebody who people depend on. And what I mean is that there have been people most gamblers are drinkers, believe it or not. And they usually have bad habits, heavy gamblers. I can't tell you exactly how I know, but I know because of where I'm at. But basically what happens is that people don't like to give those types of people a lot of money, because they know that there's a certain situation. There might be a situation where that person doesn't come through, and they can't get their money. It's like, for example, they want to give, let's say, Kevin Hart wanted to do, a comedy show at the T-Mobile Arena, but then they read that he's a gambler, and they read that he's got issues. They don't want to give him that. If he was on the one and didn't do anything crazy, they'd give him 20 million. But since he's a crackhead or a cheat, always in trouble, and obviously if you got a DUI, right, he's the drunk, so they're going to only give him 10. It's that deep when you get up. He's at the level. He's at the level right now, because he might end up in Diddy's situation, in more ways than one, by the way. Right now, he could be making multi-million dollars, because he does a Netflix, series that'll be a certain amount of $1 million, or he'll do a performance for another couple $5 or $6 million. If they can't depend on you, they're not going to pay you what you think you might want to, what you believe you are worth. And the reason why is because they don't know if they can trust you. What would you rather lose, 5 million or 10 million? If they're like, well, this nigga crazy, he's wild, he goes around here, he's not stable, he gambles too much, he drinks too much. So instead of paying him the 10 million, and we might pay some other comedian that's stable, we're gonna pay him only 5. Because we can lose 5. We can lose 5. If he shows up, fine. But that's all he's getting, because he's living this wild life. And then you throw race on top of that, and then that's where it's going. So and that's just, I'm just telling you that in his situation. But this plays out with black men, us black men that are just earning a regular amount of money. This is how you lose your value. It's not just the scale. It isn't just the color of your skin. Okay, it plays into it, I guarantee you. But your habits play into it. And if I have to go by all the men I see on Kendra's show, then I'm sorry. There it is. Other people aren't going to respect you that much. They're not going to give you what you are worth because they don't believe in you. There are other people that they believe in. It might be another black person, but it's not going to be you if you're doing all this foolishness that the Kevins do. Notice how I said the Kevins, as in Kevin, this Kevin here, and the Kevin that everybody, bows to, all the niggas bow to. Anyway, but let me read this from a lady. She says, they want societal benefit of marriage and family, but not the responsibility of commitment. Bars. Anyway, I talked so much. Let me play a little bit more of this, and then we'll chat some more. Here we go.
He had been with Kevin for 8 years, even though at the time he had only been divorced from his first wife for 6 years. So is Kevin doing the same thing to Aniko, just karma in action? I don't know. But with the scandal making headlines, Aniko shared a post on her Instagram story that read, "The level of IDGAF I reached this year is crazy." I don't know if that cryptic post means that she doesn't care that Kevin is a serial cheater, or she doesn't care because she's about had it with the cheating. What are your thoughts? Do you think there's a chance Aniko will leave Kevin?
Mama says he's a tool /HOE. Sorry, not sorry. I hear you that.
all the cheating allegations, or does she know and willingly stay with him? While on it, be sure to leave your comments on Kevin suing both Tasha K and his former assistant for spilling the tea.
All right, that's culture spill. Spilling it up, spilling that tea. Like and subscribe.
But DJ, I just wanted to, you mind if I say something real quick?
Not a ball. Go for it.
See, black men, and I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to be blunt. When you give a nignog some money, and you make them super rich and get very powerful, they are going to put all of their value on, ussy. They're going to put all their value on women. Okay. It's the truth. Like, they're going to, they're not going to focus on building anything. They're not going to focus on, they're just going to focus like the average black guy. You can, they're not focused on building anything. They're not focused on anything but sex. You could ask a black guy, excuse me, how do you get to, you could just ask them for directions. All they got is like in their mind, they're just saying, sex. All I want some pussy. That's all they think about. They're not focused on anything but sex, and you can't refute that unless they are, But they're not. That's all they focus on. They're not focused on. Oh darn! If it was a news casting saying that, okay, you got 3 months before the world is going to end. They wouldn't be trying to build no shelters or trying to, prepare or anything. They would be focused on sex. It's like their mind can't stop thinking about sex. And I don't think that they can't. Kevin Hart is just doing what is in his nature. He's going to just run through women because that's all black men put value in is women and access to women. That's why you got the passport, bro. There's one guy, I think his name was Brothers Abroad. He was saying that, and he was young. He's around like 28, I think, 28,
No,
29.
he's like, no, believe it or not, I think he's like 38 or something.
Oh, darn. Well, he looks
Yeah.
young.
In his photo, if you see him for real, he go ahead. Anyway, go ahead.
But he was saying stuff like, I want black men to go overseas. I'm an advocate because I want them to just destroy and run through as much vag as they possibly can. And I want them to go and destroy the whole country just running through vagina. Like that's all they think about is vagina. Like what's their issue? Like, I don't know. I'm not a man. I don't understand. Why can't they think about anything else?
I think I figured it out. I believe they think that's a strength. They think that's a good quality. They think that's a good trait. And if you have a lot of your peers around you thinking that it's a good trait, then it is to them. They don't realize, but then they turn around, right? And they get upset because they're saying, oh, wow, look at all these, why don't these people, the man is holding me down and all that kind of stuff. And why am I not, being successful? And they don't realize it's because all they focused on was sex and not success.
But you know what? This guy, Dennis Sperling, he made a comment. This was like a year ago. He made a comment that black women tried to keep black men wanted to become passport bros soon as they got freed from slavery. He actually said this.
Oh my God.
I promise you, I can't make this stuff up, that black women, they wanted to go be passport bros after slavery. And this is supposed to be a lawyer, but black women prevented them from doing that. They stayed behind to help black women, which was a lie. So I just don't understand what the heck is. They so obsessed with running through women. That's why none of them don't take care of their kids, because all they want is to get a nut off. They don't care. You got a old senior citizen man with a picture of a squirrel. You got Brothers Abroad. They just like, and they're happy to say all of this. They're happy to express how they run through women and they don't take care of their kids. I think they need some type of psychological, they need to be on medication, but that's all I have to say.
No, that's well said. I mean, the thing is, that's right. I mean, the thing is that we can't, as black men, complain about the racism or the situation in the world and at the same time only focus on trying to get sex. We can't do that. We need to do our best to be high functioning citizens, fight through whatever type of hurdle there might be, right? But we don't do that. And that's why other cultures kind of look at us sideways, and we have to understand that. We need to focus more on being successful. But Ellen, think about
that's
like
why.
how many channels of black male success, not black men, not black men manosphere dating stuff. I mean, black men, this is how you can be successful. This is how this is step 1 is doing this. Step 2 is doing this. How many channels do we have like that?
None. Not that I know of. Maybe it's one or two, but
right. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure there are one or two out there. There's got to be something out there somewhere, right? But let's face it, it's probably like in a ratio of like 1 to every 1,000, bash black women channels, if you know what I mean. And if you take that ratio and you plug it into the real world, you can see the negative effect it can have in our community. Because if all of us are thinking if there's only even though the brain has an immense power, it's an immense. We only use a portion of our brain anyway, and then if we're using only a portion of that brain, there's only 24 hours in a day, and if you're spending most of the day thinking about how you can either get laid or how to control women, and not enough time thinking about how you can like earn more money or to be a more productive person or a more efficient person, well, you get what we have right now. Mystic Moon breaks it down like this: black men are gonna do what they do. Ladies, forget them. Ladies, we can be each other's soulmates and let them men be people we have fun with, at least until the frequency of the planet changes. Wow, that's deep. That's deep. What do you think about that, Ellen?
Yeah, well, okay, they can do it. Nobody has an issue with black men nutting as much as they want to nut. They can nut till their brains fall out. No one's stopping them. Black women aren't trying to control black men. Black women are concerned about their community. They want a cohesive community, just like every other human being in the world. So they have an issue with black men leaving illegitimate children and fatherless children and leaving us with the burden of, doing it by ourselves. Thank God that that is not my situation. Thank God that I divested, but I'm talking about in general for black women, so we're not trying to stop you from nutting. We're not trying to stop you from holding your sex away. It's not. Why don't you get sex off the brain? We're not trying to do that. You got to relax and think about, okay, we have a community. We need to provide a safe place for our women and children. We need to provide resources. And a human being thinks that way. Only a mindless beast who can't control his sexual appetite, a freaking beast of the field, would think the way you think. And you guys think that how you think is normal is not normal. Human beings with a mind, body, a soul, and a spirit, who's supposed to have cognitive skills, not supposed to be thinking about sex 24 hours a day to the point that it destroys them. And this lady, Mystic Moon, I agree with her. The universe, the planet's frequency is moving into the feminine energy. Okay, so we're going to these guys right now, they're going to cease to exist. Anybody that is against the black woman who represents the divine femininity, they're going to be destroyed. Like in the future, we're going towards a place of AI, but those guys are gonna. It's just, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not even gonna go, because my mind is going all different types of places. But they just need to be either they need to be destroyed, or black women need to stop giving birth to these monsters. Like, stop giving birth to monsters.
I'd like to welcome to the stage a lady. Good seeing you.
Hi, thank you for welcoming me to the stage. Hello, everyone. How is everybody doing this evening?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Everybody, welcome a lady to the chat.
Thank you. I'm feeling like in moving into 2024, we definitely have to move in a different frequency to be successful. And I agree with Mystic Moon. We have to look at men differently. we have to look at ourselves and our sisters differently. Our sisters are our support. We have to stop seeing each other as competition. And for those of us who just don't, we have to be careful of some women who just don't like Black men, period. That
Right.
you shouldn't probably be here if you hate Black men. Some of us are giving birth to Black men. Some of us are raising Black children who will be Black men. And you really can't move forward if you've got hate in your heart like that. We need to be moving in the frequency of what we can do and who we can trust, and surround ourselves with those people who are moving in that mindset, because you will be just like the red pill Black manosphere on a treadmill going nowhere, fueled by hate, if we keep this up. And DJ Torch, I'm going to challenge you, and you're going to know where I'm coming from when I come up on the stage, because I'm going to move in that mode. Yes, I like watching the news that you bring. I like being able to come up here and talk about things that are on my heart about this, because it's bothering all of us. But we've got to move in the spirit of we can do better, and we know who is ready to do better. People are like Dante, I think, and you, of course, DJ Torch. We know we can do things. And, we were talking about Princella a while ago. She is someone who says some very controversial and some crazy things. But the part that she says that I agree with is, okay, we know how to build villages of women. Most women are raising children with the love and support and help of family members who are also women, and some men also. So you keep those men and women around you who can help you, but don't focus on those who can't help us. Starve them of the love and affection. And to your point, Ellen, stop supporting those who are not here for us, but they should not be our focus of existence. And especially, Ellen, you've already made your move. You've moved out, you've divested. Your focus should be, yes, supporting women who are of color, who want to maybe support the village of those of us who are still in the Black community, if that makes any sense. I'm glad you found your niche, you've divested, you found your mate, you're going to have a biracial child. I hope you have a village that can support your child. But for those of us who aren't in that situation, we need support and love to help our village move forward, because we're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. We might shrink, we might change, but we need love. We need support. We know how to do it. Black women have been doing it. And for those who don't want to do it with us, they can kick rocks.
Well said.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Miss RV, but I'm not gonna stop doing what I'm doing, like the way I'm talking. I don't talk like this in real, like on the outside, like on my everyday, and outside of YouTube, I don't talk like this, but this is a very, very good DJ Torch's platform. It relieves a lot of stuff that's on my chest and stuff that I believe. I believe this stuff spiritually. I believe that Black men are the adversary, and I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying DJ Torch, but they are the adversary of Black women. And maybe they weren't in the past. I don't know. I wasn't there like thousands of years ago, but they are now. And you can see it in their actions. They're the ones trying to destroy their communities, and they blame it on other people. And then they, turn the other cheek on the destruction of their community. And us as Black women, we know they're the problem. They're the problem. They're the ones that's deleting people in the community. They're the ones that's leaving Black women single mothers, and we have to either we have this power to stop them. We can cease giving birth to them if we do not. We could do selective breeding also, but we could cease giving birth to them if we feel as though that the father is going to run out, because genetics is very hard to change. The father who, if you have give birth to a baby where the father ran out, most likely that child is going to do the same thing. I'm not going to stop saying what yes, I have divested. I only care about Black women. I don't care about Black men. Can do what they want to do. I'm just exposing their evil. And if people want to say that I hate Black men, so be it. I don't care what those people say. I'm here for Black women because in my heart, Black women are the only one that can be saved. That's what I believe. You cannot save these men because men are not going to pay you. Men are not going to listen to women. First of all, it's Black men that have to go save other Black men. And like I said, they are the adversary for Black women, and the proof is in the pudding. I'm not saying this. I'm not talking out the side of my neck. I'm telling you, it's showing proof what they're doing to the community. They're destroying their own community.
Okay, I just want to respond to New Diamond. She said we don't have a village. Now, we've had this discussion also on this site. We don't have a community. We don't have a village. We don't have unity. I don't know about you guys. My community, my village, they were in my house this over the holiday. So I'm sorry if you haven't built a community among friends and family. You should have, and that's what you should be striving to do. Small villages can be made up of 2 of 4. That's where it starts. And then you find like-minded people. And then it becomes more than one household. It becomes 2 households, and 2 become 4. And that's how you build community. We are not going to be able to build community based on this color of our skin. That's just not possible. It's going to have to be based on like minds. That's my suggestion. Or you can consider yourself just out there willy-nilly, and just lone wolves, and then you will never have community, and then you won't be a part of building anything, and then you become a part of what's destroying us.
All right, I'd like to kick it before we continue. I would like to thank Phoenix Soul for the $2 super chat. Torch keeps speaking to the XYs. Your voice is needed. Thank you, Phoenix Soul. Ellen, what were you going to say? Your reply?
I just want to tell her, look, it's not going to work. We have to get to Black people as a collective. Everything, we had the Black Wall Street, like in the 1930s. I wasn't there, but from what they say it takes a village to raise a family. We are de-evolving as a community. It's not working. We have our own family, friends and family who are like-minded. But if we can't make an impact in the collective of Black people, then it's pointless. Black people have nothing. We barely have any businesses in our own community. We don't have any support from our congressmen. It's just drugs is rampant in our community. These guys is running rampant, making single mothers. I want to know, what community do you live in where it is making a difference to the collective? The only option that we can do at this point, we've tried all options, is to do selective breeding. It's selective breeding. I'm not going to say abort, because everybody's going to demonize me. No, I'm going to say what I want to say. Abort or end selective breeding. That is the only option that we have. I know it hurts, but this is the only, nothing else is working. These guys are these black men are out of control. They feel as though they don't. They want, and Cynthia G was right. They want to build off another man's community. They don't want their community. They don't want their community, or either they have no clue of how to build a community. It's either one of the two, and that right there is dangerous. We're gonna have to, if you want to keep giving birth, you say, oh, okay, well, you're already pregnant, go ahead and just give birth because it's then that you are part of the problem. I can't talk. I mean, I love you as a sister.
Ellen, land the plane. Land the plane.
Okay, whatever. I'm just saying, yeah, I just don't feel as though that what Miss RV said is gonna fail. And
It's not Miss RV. This is a lady.
Oh, A lady. I'm so sorry. A lady said it's gonna be a failure. That's what I foresee. We have to do selective breeding and practice abortion. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry.
Okay. What is it? What is about a lady's aspect that you feel is going to fail? It sounds like to me what she's saying is that she builds her own community. Is that right, a lady?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, if we breed, okay. So if she's saying that, I'm saying black women can build their own community, and I don't feel as though that black men have the mentality to join that community. They don't have the mentality yet. Like, I don't think they're evolved enough to join our community.
I got something that's going to be real deep. Okay, so Ellen, do you know if you're having a boy or a girl?
No, I didn't want to know the sex of the baby.
Okay. What if you have a boy?
Well, if I have a boy, yeah. Well, my husband he's not black, so if I have a boy, then my husband would be disciplining him.
Okay.
I would be raising him, nurturing him, but he would mostly be disciplined.
Okay, but Ellen, are you black?
I'm black.
Okay. So basically it's I'm not saying that, I mean, yeah, technically he will be a mixed child, but probably to the world, if he turns out to be a young black man, I mean, a young man, he will be seen as a black man. You see what I'm saying? Now, I do understand that his father is non-black, so there's a strong possibility that he may take on the traits of his father. If his father is responsible, then basically he will probably end up being responsible. Is that correct?
You said my husband would end up being responsible?
No. If your husband is responsible, correct?
Yes.
So if your husband raises your son, is there a possibility that your son will be responsible?
Yeah, my son is gonna. Yeah, if my husband raises him, he will be responsible.
Okay.
If I raise him, if we both raise him, he'll be responsible. If my husband, yes.
So basically, I think a lady's argument would be that there are still some, and I will be straight. There are some. I wouldn't say very many or a lot because of the challenges a lot of other kids have growing up. But there are going to be some responsible African American young men and men out there, and we should. I believe she wants us to start the community with those selections of men. And I do acknowledge your concern, which is there's so many of the negative XYs that you're saying that the good black men pale in comparison. Is that correct?
Yeah, it doesn't matter as a collective. If we all had boy children from non-black men, then we'll be good. It will be straight.
So
but
if what will you do? Let's say you have a young black man, right? And he's growing up. What strategies would you want to, let's say, practice to keep him from turning into let's say, a bandit? What would you do?
Well, first of all, our kids are already going to go to private school.
Okay.
Where
Very good.
I'm going to tell him not to associate with a community that is like known to be violent. I mean, I wouldn't tell him to go to the south side of Chicago or something. I mean, so I'm going to basically encourage him to read, encourage him to have as much knowledge as possible. I'm going to encourage him to learn different languages because
In
when
a
you
matter of
are
speaking, sorry to interrupt, but probably at least mentally and intellectually divest.
mentally and intellectually divest from the mindset of these black men and normal black men who put down their own women and uplift other women of different races who claim to the world how much who have so much self-hate, how they hate their own community and their own it just yeah. So I'm gonna encourage him to read. I'm gonna encourage him to focus on his education, learn different languages, and when he is 16, he or she is 16, they will travel abroad. And I want them to be exchange students, actually, that things that's going to expand your mind. You know why these people act the way they act? Because they're very
so-
close-minded.
Right. So we need to make more Russell Wilsons, correct?
Exactly. Like if Russell Wilson is a very cultured person, he reads a lot. Yeah, I mean that would be great.
Right. Hey lady, what do you think?
I think. Thank you. I see where you're going there. I believe Russell has two black parents. Just the first thing I want to say.
He does.
And the second thing I want to say is these black men would not be able to procreate and make children who they neglect if it weren't for the black women who are allowing them to. I think we have to, if we really want to change what's going on here, we have to look at the men who are misbehaving, but we also have to look at the women who are allowing them access to their bodies, not just for fun, but for procreation. That's a
why I say
problem.
abort.
Excuse me. That's a problem also. So the women's minds have to change and before abortion happens. Okay. I personally feel like I would not share my body with anyone who isn't appropriate. And definitely way before abortion occurs. And that goes for a man of any race. Okay. I don't care what color he is. I'm not going to accept a degenerate white man into my body. I'm not going to accept a degenerate black man into my body. Degeneracy is a spirit and it comes in all colors. And it comes in both sexes, and it comes in all sexes, because I see now people are calling themselves things other than male and female. So that's the spirit in which I'm moving. You can move any way you want to, not just specifically to you, Ellen, but everyone can move how they want to move. But my personal view is to move smartly and not only by color, but judging people truly by how they behave and how they and their track record.
But you know what type of channel this is? A lady, I was about to say Miss RV. I'm sorry. You know what it is. You know what type of channel this is. We've been talking about this for so long, and how we I believe. I'm going to ask so that I know that us as women, we don't want to see the worst, and we always have hope in people, and we want to see the good in people. DJ Torch, I'm asking you, do you feel as though that black men are going to change their I want you to I know you're going to be honest anyway. Do you think that Black men are focused as a collective on changing their community so that a lady can, maybe if it comes from a man, maybe she'll understand. But do you, could you answer that question?
I want to break in. I'm sorry, DJ.
Go ahead.
It's not about, you're missing the point. The point is, what are you as an individual going to focus on? I'm not going to focus on degenerate men and women. I'm going to focus.
But you know what channel this? Do you know this is what we talk about?
Is this a divestment channel? If it is, let me know.
Well, we talk about Black men. We talk about Black men.
Ellen, we do, but at the same time, let me let a lady finish, and then you can reply. Hold on, go ahead, a lady.
Thank you, DJ. I just wanted to make sure I'm not in the wrong space. I thought we were trying to empower, even though right now they're saying Black female empowerment or Black women empowerment. It's dead. It didn't work. You know why? Because the focus is on men. And that is why Black women empowerment has failed on YouTube. The focus should not be on what men are doing. It should be on helping women progress.
BWE has not failed. I don't know where you get that information from, but anyway, but we trying to teach Black women Black women have an addiction to these men, these dusty men who are not doing the right thing. A lot of them don't understand. They want Black men to do the right thing and to love them. And we have to wake Black women up to move forward first. Do you not feel, DJ Torch, that is the main thing that we have? We could uplift Black women, but we got to get Black women to get out of their sleep. We got to get them to stop being disillusioned by Black men, because that's the thing that's keeping them down. Single parenthood, violence in the community, drugs in the community. We got to get their minds.
Right, Ellen, I understand that point. But I believe what a lady and I would think is that, I might make an example of bad Black men in here, but that's to show show young ladies that might see this later on. This is the way this guy's acting now. This is where he's going. For example, when I did Simone Biles' husband videos, it was more about showing what would be his psychological makeup, more than just in general saying, oh, the reason why he's bad is because he's Black. The reason why he's bad, one of the variables is because he's Black, but he has other issues that are causing that issue. And what I try to do here is point out not so much why he's the way he is, because that really doesn't matter, but more so how to detect a bad selection, if that makes sense. What I mean is that I understand how you probably got the idea that this is a full-fledged divestment channel, but it's not. I've been to a divestment channel, and it's quite different. I would say that we have elements of it, but I will never just say, oh yeah, I'm a full-fledged divestment channel, because number one, I'm a dude. Number one. And number two, I do have a different take as far as that's concerned. I
never said you. I know you're not a. I'm sorry, DJ. I know that you're not a divestment channel. I never said that you were this divestment channel.
Okay, let me interrupt you for 1 second. I do believe in aspects of divestment, though. Let me make that clear. Like this is, but it's not only divestment for good black women or black women in general, but it's for good black men too. I don't. There is no reason what I like about Russell Wilson, and I'm sorry to bring him up as an example, is he really doesn't care if people think he's goofy. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if he wants to go on bended knee and give his wife flowers and shit. He's going to do what he wants to do. He's not going to let the hip hop community or the pimp community control him. Now, those kind of black men, unfortunately, they're rare. I mean, I would say, I don't know, A-Lady, would you say maybe 10, 15% of the black male population is like a Russell Wilson?
Yes, that might be right. He does seem rare.
And so, I mean, that's the daunting task, is because it would be a challenge if it was reversed. If it was 85% good black men and 15%, good, bad, what they call Pookies and Ray Rays. I think it's easier right now for men that are limited, and I think that has a lot to do with it, is when a man thinks he's limited, he goes for what's the easiest thing to do. And believe it or not, sex is a very easy thing to do. Being successful and being productive is very hard. You have to put in a lot of hard work. And I think what's happened is a lot of men have fallen into accepting failure. Because and further than that, falling into accepting failure, but making sex and control their trophy. It's not even the women. I mean, there is no reason for Kevin Hart to be sleeping around. It's terrible for his business. It's terrible for his brand, but he still does it. He still does it. The worst thing he could do for his brand, he is doing. And that's why I keep bringing him up, is because you want ladies to avoid these type of people. Hold on one second. I got to, you guys can talk. I'll be right back. I have to get something here.
Okay, well, what I was saying, DJ, is that there are not, like you said, there's far too few black men, Russell Wilsons, right? Hey, lady, this is what I was trying to say. I knew that the DJ Torch channel was not a divestment channel. I understood that. But what I'm saying is that black women have to do selective breeding in order. So if you want to make a community, a new community, okay, a better community, then the only way is to do selective breeding. If you make the mistake of giving your body to one of these dusties, then you should get an abortion. That's my opinion. But other than that, like, we should do selective breeding.
Right. Okay, so I think what A Lady is saying is this. A Lady is saying is like, let's energize, and I'm gonna say it in my own words, but let's energize black women in a way that their self-esteem won't even allow them to lay down with these Pookies and Ray Rays. Would that be accurate, A Lady?
How are we going to do that without exposing
Wait, Ellen, let her reply.
Go ahead.
Yes, I agree. And to those who have divested, why not give some great examples of how to properly divest? What race of people have you come across that are working well with Black women? Where are you meeting them? Tell us how you are functioning in these types of relationships. Why not focus on the positive and moving women into ways that they can also positively move? We already know, it's on the news every single day, how dusties move. We are well educated. We all have PhDs in dusties. Okay? Can we graduate in 2024? That's my question.
Yeah, well, No, I was just gonna say that I do talk about how there are other options for black women. I don't just talk about that, but it's like you can't, in order to rehab a crack addict, right? You have to wean him off of the crack. And that means that you have to like expose, this is bad for you. You have to get away from it. You cannot use it anymore. In order to be rehabilitated, you can't be. And this is like black women have an addiction, from what I can see from the outside looking in. Black women have an addiction to these black men, and they don't care if they're good black men or dysfunctional. Mostly they're dysfunctional, like a crack addict has to crack. And you don't see that. I mean, you don't see that we have black women, they just keep having babies with these dusties, knowing that these dusties are going to destroy the community. It's hard to wake them up. We have to focus on trying to wake them up. Black men themselves are screaming to the world, and they do it with so much joy, how much they hate black women. They are telling you this. They are telling you how they think. It's not a joke. It's not they're not just doing that because they've been hurt. This is how they actually, most of them actually think. And DJ Torch could attest to this, him being a man. Most of them actually think that way. Most of them actually have self-hate. And in order to prevent this, we have to make black women, we just got to get black women to wake up, because if they don't wake up, you can tell them how many options they have. You can tell them until the freaking cows come home how many options, how many good black men they have, and why don't you choose better black men? But if they're addicted to black men who are just the Pookie and Ray Ray types, what could we do? But we have to focus on that first.
Okay, Ellen,
Yeah.
let her answer.
Yeah, I have to agree with with the chat, Mystic Moon. One way that you move forward is to break your addiction, and you do sound like you're addicted. Because me personally, if I had a man of a different race in my home, I would not allow myself and the baby that I'm carrying to get filled with cortisone and anger.
No, don't talk about my unborn baby. Don't even go there, please. DJ, could you tell her don't go there? Because that's wrong.
I would not let myself, let me just put it that way. I'll talk about my body. Okay. I do not let myself get filled with chemicals of anger and rage about someone that I don't care about. I would be trying to focus myself, and I am. That's why I'm not here as much, because honestly, when I hear a lot of hate and rage, the same hate and rage over and over again, I have to move on. It's not healthy. So I would say the best thing to do is offer women the solutions that are available to them. One of them is divestment for those that want to divest. Another is asking women to choose men who are in those spaces and places that they also agree with, meaning family, meaning community, work, places where they find people who are more like them socially. These are some avenues and ways to find better mates. Even Princella has a solution, and it is, if you want a child of color, get the sperm, don't get the man. If you just cannot find a man for you. So there are many solutions. And DJ, I do enjoy coming here and talking about the different news stories, and I love the way you put them together, and we can talk about a few different people who are showing out, and like Hart here and we can have this discussion, and it's entertaining in an entertaining way. So I'm not at all saying that your format isn't right. I just want to make sure that we have a balance of communication. It's not all doom and gloom for those of us who have chosen Black mates and have Black children. And I have a Black nephew, son-in-laws. I have people in my family who are Black, and they're men, and they are wonderful. And I'm going to support them and they're going forward. And I will not let anyone say just because they are Black and they are doing the right thing that they are not worthy and cannot produce great families.
What is she talking? Can I respond to that?
Sure.
What the? I never said the Black men who are good and doing what they're doing and everything. I didn't say they were evil. I'm talking about there's a certain demographic of Black men that I'm talking about. And if you think that this is stressing me out, sweetheart, you are truly mistaken. Doesn't. I don't have hate. When I speak, I may speak. Maybe I talk fast or something, but there's no hate in my heart. There's no like anger. I'm not like stressed out or anything. So I think that it's a misinterpretation. Maybe you're reading my energy wrong. And I want to say to the lady, what was I forgot, Mystic somebody. The Mystic lady.
Let me read Feisty Black Tina's message. Hold on one second. To me, Ellen sounds urgently concerned for the well-being of Black women, knowing and seeing what has transpired over the years with the Black femicide rates being what it is. This is very urgent, and that's a very good point.
I agree with that. I agree with you, Feisty. It is a very urgent problem.
I just wanted to finish this real quick. I just want to say, and to the lady Mystic somebody, I forgot her whole name.
Mystic Moon.
Yeah, Mystic Moon. I guess you're you believe in energies and intuition. Trust me. Sylvia Brown, I don't know if people don't have anything on me. I'm very, very intuitive. I don't like to use the word psychic, but I'm very intuitive. I can read energy. And I also have a very, very good sense of the future, like in terms of on a spiritual level. But that's a different story. This is not, you're saying that, oh, I care about Black men. Did you ever stop to think that maybe it is Black women that I care about? If I cared about Black men, I would say, look, why aren't you changing? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you building a community? Why aren't you I would be asking them. But I know that they already know what Black men are. I know what their nature is, and that you cannot change the nature of a thing. I know what they're going to do. I know that I don't think that I don't feel as though I can change them. I cannot change a man. I don't feel as though I can change a man. I care about Black women. You can get Black women have more potential that you can possibly fathom.
Wait, Ellen, let me ask you this. So you're trying to reach Black women, is that correct?
Yes. I don't know what
Okay, wait, Ellen. Let me just get something clear here first. Okay, so you're trying to get to Black women, and then a lady is trying to get to Black women, and you're both, I believe it sounds like you want Black women to be doing better. Is that correct?
I know that Black women have the potential to do better. It is something that is holding them down.
Let me keep going with this. Okay, so basically, it sounds like you both want to go on the same journey, just in a different way. It sounds like, basically the thing is this is really quite simply the way the situation that I see it is right now. Divestment is the easiest way to protect yourself but at the same time, divestment can have its negative effects as well. One is if you're saying to yourself, any white guy will do, you're going to find yourself in a bad situation. I grew up with white people. I know that. But
Nobody's saying that either.
I do understand wanting to divest from a certain mentality in the community. It can be actually men and women when you think about it. But let's like for me, I'm not trying to get in the streets with my fellow men who think like that. I would try to find me as a nerdy brother. I'm going to try to find some more nerdy brothers to hang out with. You see what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah.
what we can do for now, in my opinion, is for me, basically, this channel is to warn the majority of women and believe it or not, and nerdy men, if there's the few one or two that might come through, okay, about interacting with the negative aspect of our community. That's how I see it. Unfortunately, for me, there's a lot of negative men out there. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way our community was built in the first place. I remember a lady mentioning that, there was a lot of pimps out there. There's a lot of I call it pimp hop, and a lot of the men, unfortunately, for whatever the reason, they have been drawn towards respecting these individuals in our community, choosing the wrong to the point where they want to make fun of, per se, what back in the day we called them squares. Hell, they might call me square now. So I think really the problem we have is a daunting one. I do see that I think it's easier, believe it or not, I think it's slightly easier. Let's put it this way. I think a lady will have an easier time trying to help Black women than I would helping Black men. And the reason why is this. Yeah, I make all these videos and everything like that, but for the most part, the thing is that I have, over the years in the communities I've been in, I've noticed that for some reason we are looking towards the wrong Black male leaders in the community, and that is our core issue as Black men. I mean, Diddy, every Black man wanted to be Diddy, and we see how Diddy turned out. And the problem is that I feel like I'm in a position where I tried to help Black men, but they're not listening. So the best I can do is save who I can. And right now, I feel like I can save more Black women than I can save Black men. Black men, we don't want to be saved. Black women, Black women right now, from my feeling, I feel, from my experience, and I feel there's a potential there. And it must be true because even Chase Bank sees the potential and wants to put in $5 or $8 billion into Black women's businesses. And this is what makes me upset is then instead of Black men going, "You go, girl," what do the Black men do? They complain about why are you giving the money to Black women? So my thing is this, is that I see, Ellen, I think your idea is just stay away from Black men, period. And you'll be safe. And theoretically, that is a good option. But a lady's theory, I believe, is stay away from the Black men that express a certain negative mentality, especially towards Black women. That's not going to help. I mean, that's not going to help Black women if Black women interact and have kids by these negative Black men.
Yes,
So,
Black men and Black women with negative attitudes toward the community need to be avoided. If you have a negative, degenerate attitude, male or female,
right.
you are not going to spread anything good in our community.
Right.
And if you are negative toward Black people, that also is not a positive thing to spread to anyone as well.
Right. And my thinking is this, is that just statistically, I haven't said that word for a long time. Excuse me. I just feel the odds are on Black women doing better before Black men will be doing better. I don't know. I really have no clue because I see evidence of this on on YouTube, and I see evidence of this in the community where Black men, it seems like we just want to go down with the ship. We can't control ourselves. So we almost need an army of therapists to fix our problem. It can be done. And I understand a lady's point about there are negative Black women as well. The issue is I've seen more instances in my life of negative Black women turning their lives around more than I've seen negative Black men turning their lives around if they make it, make it to the end of the road. So yeah, that's something I definitely want to have more discussions on. That's for sure.
DJ Torch, this lady just came in here and just that I said nothing about just stay away from all Black men. That did not come out of my mouth. She misconstrued what I was saying. I had told you also in the past that if you find a good Black man like a Russell Wilson, yes, you should reproduce with whoever is a good man. He's going to be there. He's going to be a father to his child. He's going to put a ring on it. I didn't say anything about, oh, well, I hate Black. That's what she's trying to make it look like. And that's hardly the case. I said that Black women, because we outnumber Black men like 6-1, we should open our options and that we have a better chance of getting married and having a successful family. And if you look at the mentality
Actually, no, I mean, that's a good point you bring up because that is a good point. Thing is that it's bad enough. I mean, our numbers in our community are already, Black women do outnumber Black men. At least if we're talking about viable Black men and we go by what Ebony K. Williams was saying, maybe she looked up some stats and saw that there was 7-1 in college, right? And then that's obviously going to get, what she's saying, and from what I was, the vibe I was getting was that 7-1 is as good as it gets. So you better get while the getting is good. That's what I think Ebony K. Williams was saying. And there might be some validity to that because after you get out of, I feel like right now the trend is going to be this. More Black women are going to be graduating and less Black men are not. And it has nothing to do with intelligence. It has more to do with an influence, in my opinion. And what I mean is that it seems like right now Black women, believe it or not, due to the fact that you all have to survive, you make ironically compared to what Kevin Samuels says, Black men are more logical decisions because that if you get thrown out in the street, you're in trouble. Black men on the other side, on the other end, for some reason, we are just enamored with with riffraff in general. And we see men that we should be aspiring to be. We see men that we should aspire to be as goofies. I don't, but in general, we do. And I think that's a big hurdle right there. Somehow, I don't know, we need some kind of movement in the Black male community that will make men respect and revel goofies. Because, and I don't mean goofies as far as
we have to give them a different name than goofies.
Squares.
Good men.
Yeah, good men, squares. I mean, that's a big thing. I mean, even and this is why I think it's different and more difficult for Black men. Think about it like this. We still have a lot of young Black women and younger Black women that respect and love Ciara or Michelle Obama and so on and so forth. These dudes these days, they cuss out their counterparts like they're the devil. It's shocking. It's like even when you see, let's put it this way: there's more support for Simone Biles' husband than there is for Russell Wilson. How does that work?
So I just want to know, what do you have to say about that, A lady, which DJ Torch just said, basically saying the same thing I'm saying. What you got to say about that?
Why are you so angry? That's what I have to say about that.
I'm not angry. I'm asking you, what do you have to say? Me and him just said the same thing. Only difference is we have different voices. We just expressed the same idea. What do you have to say towards him? What do you have to say
I don't think it's a similar. Let's say similar.
Yeah,
but
we have similar ideas. So what do you have to say about what he? Let me just ask a question, because she's angry at me for some reason. But I want to ask you a question.
Wait, Ellen, she's not angry.
Well, she just asked, was I angry? Why was I angry? So I would think that she has anger in her to ask me that.
Okay, I think it's just. I mean, I'm not saying you are angry, but I'm saying that you're pushing a certain energy that could maybe make people think that you do. That's it.
Well, I can't help it if people are not. I don't know what type of psychological issues, but I'm not angry. I'm trying to understand.
I'm just explaining why she probably thought that way.
Let me apologize.
Okay, well, let me just ask this then.
Can I apologize?
I would like to just ask DJ. I would like to just ask this. Okay, what is it? Do you feel that? So we could just like end this whole thing. Do you feel as though that Black men want to change their are planning? No, Black men are planning on changing their community. They're planning on stop having illegitimate kids. They have a future for their community, which is that goes maybe 100 years from now. They planned ahead. They have they're planning on doing stuff positive in their community. Do you feel that?
A certain percentage, yeah.
I do not see a movement of Black men making those changes. I would like to also say I've heard Cynthia G make that comment, and I think it's unfair. And I agree with a lot of what she says, but when she would ask Black men, what have Black men done as a group to change society, change direction, build institutions for Black people? Individual Black men in 2023 cannot answer that question, because there is nothing to show. And there are few tiny little instances where they have tried to do things and they've turned into disasters. And actually, when you look online right now, which is where we see each other, social media, the things that come to the forefront are very negative scam type institutions that we see, and it puts a bad taste in all of our mouths. So I would say that what we see right now coming out of the Black male group is mainly negative, and what we see coming out of the Black female group or woman group is much more positive compared to the males. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, it answers my question, but I just felt as though that I was being personally attacked. This is what I felt. I don't know if it's the truth or not. Because you asked, was this a divestment channel? I mean, I am not a divester. Okay. I'm gonna let you know that I don't think people understand what divesting means. That means that you don't care anything about the Black community, that you're done with the Black community, that you're only going to go in someone else's community and build there. You know, I cannot say that I'm not a divester, because I care about Black women. I want to do whatever it takes to uplift and to save Black women. I mean, I would even risk my life to try to save Black women. And I'm doing stuff on the outside, not only on social media, like I'm on this platform, I'm building something for Black women outside. I'm trying to build a homeless shelter for Black women. I'm trying to build the an educational center, a recreational center for young Black. I have a lot of stuff that I have in the future, you know. So I'm just focused on Black women. Nobody hates Black men. I know what I already came to the determination of what Black men are. If I hated Black men, I wouldn't even be on DJ Torch's show. If I hated Black men, I wouldn't support it. A lot of Black men I've supported. I just gave my uncle $35,000 like a month ago, and he's a Black man, and he wasted it. I help Black men in my family. If I hated Black men, that's not the case. I just see something in them that is detriment to building a cohesive society. That's all I want to say.
Ellen, can I interject for 1 second?
Yeah, I just wanted. That's all I wanted to say.
I don't
anyway.
want to get in your business, but do not ever give somebody $35,000.
Well, it was my uncle, and
I understand, and I appreciate your sentiment, but I'm just giving you some old man advice that.
No, you're right, because he didn't do what he was supposed to do with it. He's
Right.
broke now, and it's been 2 months.
Right.
With all that knowledge that you have about Black men, why would you give your uncle? No, never mind. I just want to say that we should, wait a minute.
Okay,
I just want to say, we should decenter Black men. That is the message now of the Black female leaders. They're saying decenter Black males. You don't decenter them by getting all riled up, talking about them 24/7. You focus on, and you look at, say, the Russell Wilsons. And I was starting to make a list of other men, because we got to stop talking about Russell Wilson so much.
I agree with that.
Because when he messes around and cheats on Sierra, he'll be the only one.
Right. I
We gotta
remember
put some other names out there.
I was doing one on the back doctor. I mean, a surgeon. But yeah, we need to try to scrape up a list. And hey, lady, this is the issue, is that it's hard finding these guys, not because they're not out there or it's so rare. It's because other Black men do not lift up good Black men. They lift up Diddy's. They lift up, Kevin Samuels. They lift up Anton Daniels. They don't lift up really good men that are just about family and love. And that's the problem we're having. That's why I keep having to go back to Russell Wilson, because shoot, I scraped I remember one time I did a search on YouTube, some good Black men, and I got it.
You searched good Black men?
Yeah, I had to search good Black men, and looked at and then I had to go to Google, because there wasn't a much there. It kept pointing back to like it would go back to like some guy in 1908 or something, right? So I found that, and what I found is that the good thing about the internet or Google or YouTube is that it's a great tool to find things or learn things, but it's a terrible tool if people are not clicking on good Black men. You see what I'm saying? You
I understand. So listen, good Black men are earning under $100,000. They're going to work every day. I can tell you about my dad. He was a university coach He also recruited young men to play in the NFL. He married my mother, and she was the only woman who had his children. He died when I was very young. They had 4 children. That's where you're going to find most of your good Black men. So maybe we look for them in stories that people here in the chat can come up and talk about their fathers, their uncles, their good Black men that they knew. I think that is where we're going to find most good Black men, because most don't have access to fame and fortune. And what we're finding out is fame and fortune ruins most people. Black men, white men, women as well. So looking for those good Black men among the rich and famous is going to be few and far between. So, that's how I feel about that. So maybe that's a suggestion. So
I wasn't really looking for like the rich and famous. It was
Wait a minute, DJ, can I say something?
Okay, let me finish what I'm going to say, and then you can say. It was more like basically in general, and the problem is that you do make a point where they don't want to. For some reason, the algorithm only points to really popular Black men, not necessarily good Black men, and you almost would have to specifically know the names of those gentlemen to come up with that history. I know there's got to be some good Black men out there, or a moderate amount, or at least a 15%, because otherwise we'd be extinct. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing. I've done a couple videos. Here's the sad part, lady, is that with the few videos I've done on strictly on good Black men, like Black excellence or good Black men, right? That I've done more videos on that than the whole manosphere.
Yes.
That's the sad part. It's like, okay, I hate to mention Russell Wilson again, but then they want to book they just did an interview with the booty warrior again. I can't, and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, he was funny for a minute, then you're supposed to be done with him. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then next they would. I mean, now they're championing. What's his name? Charleston White.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And see, that's the frustrating part, and that's why I go after the manosphere so hard. It's like, you guys, look, you guys are trying to make role models out of the worst people.
Yes.
And so, anyway.
Okay,
Go ahead,
I was
Ellen.
trying to respond to, like, it took a long time for me to respond back to when she said, "Why would you give $35,000 knowing that you know about Black men?" You know what? Let me tell you something. My mother, my grandmother, and my cousin, all women, begged me. I said no 5 times. They came to me crying, begging me to let him borrow the money, and that they would all find a way to pay me back if he reneged on it. Okay, so my weakness was for them. My weakness is my mother, emotionally. Like, I can't. So that's what happened. It was Black women that begged me to do it. Of course, yeah, I made a mistake and I knew that it was wrong. But I was just saying, you see how much, like, they emotionally got to me because I love Black women so much that I let myself be emotionally manipulated, and I blame myself too. So that's the reason why that happened.
Okay, but we're on the same page now, right? No more 35K loans, because you have a little bundle of joy coming on, on the way, and that money, that little bundle of joy, male or female, deserves that money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I learned my lesson.
Do we have more video to go, DJ?
Yeah, let's see what else I got. Let's go with Okay, so we all know about what's going on with Cardi B and Offset. Here we go.
Okay, you guys, so Cardi B is going off on her own fan base after they continue to taunt her and question her about getting back with Offset. So rumors begin to swirl that these two have reconciled after they spent Christmas together. But Cardi made it very clear to her fan base that she did not take him back. Now, she wasn't very nice when she said it. You could tell she was really fed up with what was being said. Take a listen.
Huh? Did I confirm anything? Shut the about to delete my whole social media because y'all don't shut the up.
Now this is a good example of why is she letting people that don't even know her get in her head. I mean the thing is that I don't know. I cannot explain. I cannot because I don't know what it is, but what makes somebody tolerate so much infidelity for so long? Is this, I don't know, is this a show? Are they just doing this for a show or what?
No, it's mainly because Cardi B is a Latina woman. She's Latina, and she knows that, okay, this is gonna sound horrible. Y'all think that Cardi B is beautiful. But it is so much more beautiful Latina women in the community. She's ugly compared to she's literally ugly compared to like an average Latina woman, an average Dominican woman. All right. She knows that Offset is as good as she is going to get, because not only is, he feels as though she's non-black. Okay, even though she's seen by the world as black, she looks like a black woman, but she's not black. But she's seen, he's gonna worship her, and she knows that. That's what, basically why she doesn't want to really
But
break
I'm sorry
it up
to
with.
interrupt, Ellen, but what he cheats on her all the time. How is that worshiping her?
I'm sorry, what?
He cheats on her all the time.
No, at first. I'm talking about at first.
Oh, okay.
I said at first the reason she got with him is because, she has a type. She likes really dark-skinned men, and it's a reason for that. Not only she could be attracted
Okay, visually it's dark skin. Is there anything about his behavior that she likes?
She likes the fact that he's not very bright. Like he doesn't take me as the type of person that reads books a lot, that he smokes weed all day. And this is what when you got a tattoo on your face, okay, what type of mentality could you possibly have? And she has just as a worse mentality as him. But she just saw that, look, Cardi B has been ran through. And that's the truth. She said she was a stripper. She goes on social media saying how her D she has classes on how to properly suck a D. She brags about her having no gag reflexes. She brags about being ran through. And he is a low tier nignog. So that's why they're together. And I don't feel like Carly B.
So you believe, so basically what it is that as much money as they make, they're a match, actually, what you're saying is, and what you're saying is that her mentality and his mentality, this is what they have to offer. So
yeah, she's not going to be able to find anybody better.
Okay. So they're really meant for each other. I mean, it's basically you're saying she's a ghetto girl, he's a ghetto guy, and they're supposed to be together. Is that it?
No, if I were her, I would be by myself with all the money that she got. Like, what is she worth? 30 mil?
But you just said she was ran through though, right?
Yeah, but see, when you got that type of money, like when I get that type of money in the future, like when I get financially that rich, I'm gonna say, if my husband was to leave me today or tomorrow, I probably wouldn't get married again because I don't think that like that. A marriage is a contract. It's a business deal. Okay, that's why you get married, to put assets together. So no, I just feel like she can't get anybody better. I feel as though she believes that, and he knows that he's gonna be broke without her. That's what I feel.
I feel that I do know because he said it, but in so many words. Okay, so we have a small debate over whether she's African or not. I think so. Darnell says she's half Trinidadian. Is that true? Is
Yeah,
that
but her mom is Indian, like the Indian Trinidadian people. I,
oh okay. So not
yeah,
necessarily. So so what you're saying is she's Indian Trinidadian, not African Trinidadian.
mostly her mom is mostly Indian Trinidad. Her mom looks completely Indian. I'm not gonna even lie. If you see a picture of her mother and her father, but see, I would say that she is black because her father is Dominican, and in the Dominican culture, her father looks light. Her father could look like that, but he could one of his parents could be really really dark, like look like they just got out and stepped out the Congos. So he could have what I'm thinking is that this is what it looked like. um One of his descendants, maybe it was his grandmother, was 100% black. So she, I feel as though maybe she's 20% black. I don't know if that's enough to be called black, but
Okay, so let's see here. Early life.
I have a quick opinion.
Okay, go for it.
So I like the way that Cynthia G has kind of introduced how we should look at race. And she talks about women who are clearly not fully black are seen as, she called them, what's the term? It's something like they are preferred or something like that.
Yeah, preferences.
Preferences, yes. It's obvious that she shows up in the world not as a black African woman, a black American woman. So she will be treated differently. She will be treated better in many circles. And even when she speaks, it's clear that she is not an African American black woman. English is not even her first language. She struggles with English. So
Really?
she is, yes, if you she struggles.
no, English is her first language. She just grew up speaking both, and so when you grow up speaking both, you have an accent. But
Well,
English is, she was born in America.
there are many places in America where English is not the dominant language spoken in home. So we don't call that English as their first language. Now, that's quite possible that it is. So, okay, I accept
Yeah,
what you're
English was
saying.
her first.
Okay, I accept what you're saying. So, but she struggles. And sometimes she even asks, what's the word for that? What's the word for that? So she struggles with English. But anyway, so that's my point. She's clearly not an African American, definitely not ADOS, you know, so a preference.
Okay, let me get back to this.
And it's the same my own fan base. The last time I got dragged was because my fucking fan base. I don't see nobody talking but my own fucking fan base. But y'all want to send me a fucking bug just to
Damn.
talk on the fucking timeline. Did I confirm all this with a man? No. So why the I keep talking? Leave me the alone. Shut the up.
Okay, so let me pause this for a second. So Darnell says that she's black, technically black, but then Feisty says Darnell. She said on Vlad to interview, she's in a interracial relationship. She was known in the strip club as a Latina chick, not black. So
Are y'all forgetting that she's also half Trinidadian? And Trinidadians, they speak English. They speak like some type of, it's not the Jamaican patois, but it's some type of different, but it's English.
That's
So,
not a race, though. Trinidad is not a race.
no, but I'm trying to say that y'all keep saying that, people, not y'all, but people keep saying that she is just purely Latina, and she's not.
Hold on, I think I got it. What you're saying is that a lot of
Yeah.
people assume that Trinidadians are all black, so they assume that she must be at least half black. Is that correct, Ellen?
Yeah, and the Dominicans don't even claim her, to tell you the truth. Like, they don't even claim Carly B like that. But it is, well, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, let me keep it.
Mother, I'm about to unfollow all of y'all because that's all I see. Y'all talking shit on my timeline. I'm searching my name. I'm trying to see anybody else talk. Nobody is
Okay,
talking.
I have a good question. Here we go. And hey lady, if this woman was in front of you and they told you you have to mentor her, what would you do? How would you try to get through to her?
This young lady, meaning Cardi,
Yes.
mentor in a business sense. uh, um, like mentor her to be a young woman, or like to help her going forward with her personal life. I tell her she needs psychological counseling. I want to make sure she's not on any kind of drugs. I know she's a mother. She has children. She is so. I believe she's going to go back to him. So I think she needs counsel. She needs some self-esteem building, because one thing I do know about the Latino women, they are very family oriented, and usually the men are the heads of the household. They are very matriarchal in their family structure. And with him being the father of her children, she is probably going to bend to everything he dictates. So I don't see a bright future for this couple, but I do believe she's going to go back. I would tell her, don't go back, get some counseling and build your self-esteem.
Good answer. Ellen, what do you think? What advice would you give her?
At this point, see, y'all don't know. Carly B likes being ratchet. This is an addiction for her. Like, she likes, she's just the type of person that likes drama. She likes being ratchet. I don't think therapy. I think she needs to. Maybe therapy can help her. I don't know. I don't really think that Carly B, see, y'all don't understand. Cardi B is an independent woman, even though she can't get nobody better than Offset. This is my opinion. I don't really think as though that counseling is going to help her. Like, I just feel as though she just need to get rid of that guy, okay, Offset, and just like live being rich, live her life, live being single, and have fun.
Gotcha. Like to welcome to the stage, Mystic Moon. How you doing tonight? Okay, let me.
Is that a troll?
I don't think so. Mystic Moon's been pretty, putting in some gems in the chat. So let's keep it going.
She's not a troll, and she's probably trying to get her mic together.
Yeah.
Hi, can you guys
Hi.
hear me okay?
Sure can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. I was asked to come up and I wasn't going to, but why not? I'm off for the next 3 days.
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Hi. So, did you want me to speak to Cardi B or
Yes. If you could, if you had to give her any advice, what would you do?
Honestly, for her, I do divination. So, I think I would tell her, one, decide if you're going to let him go or not. Because here's the truth. If she's not ready to let him go, then she's not going to, right? So once she really decides that it's time to move on, this is the time to do what some of the other ladies were saying, which is put all of your energy on yourself. And meaning like get down to like authentically like, what is it that you really want? What are your shadows? Why do I keep attracting this type of person? Why do I even want to have a desire for this type of person? Do I like being demeaned? Maybe I do, right? And then if you do, then why do I? So it could be therapy, a coach, whatever it is that she has to do, but you have to ask yourself these really hard questions. And when you keep asking yourself those types of questions, it eventually will lead to some sort of awakening. And you find that you go deeper and deeper, and sometimes it goes to childhood, sometimes it doesn't. Um, then you end up sort of bumping into like self-esteem stuff, or maybe you have rituals and religious practices, just like day-to-day practices or life practices that are not appropriate for you, that you never really considered. And maybe you had a concept of what ghetto is, because there's nothing really wrong with being a ghetto girl if that's what you want to be, but you can be a ghetto girl who is treated properly, and you can be one who's not. So maybe she thinks that if she kind of likes sort of the ratchetry of everything, if that's really her style, maybe she thinks that because she liked that sort of rowdy energy that she has to have a guy who's terrible. No, maybe there is a guy who's kind of in that energy with the tattoos and stuff, but who's actually a decent guy. So there's so much going on in the subconscious that's pulling us to do things that we don't know, which is why shadow work is profoundly important for everyone, but specifically for women, to find out what is pulling your strings and what's pushing and pulling you to do certain things. And then once she does that, then then once she lets the light into all of those shadows, she will naturally make different decisions. Because once your subconscious has light on it, if that part of your subconscious has light on it, you're going to naturally shift and start doing things. So she's not going to be using her conscious mind to like force herself to choose better, when deep down she doesn't think that she's going to get better. So this is going to be reflection, shadow work, therapy, prayer, ritual, whatever. I don't know if she's like into like, if she's a Christian or if she's in like Santeria or whatever, but whatever those things are, those holy things that women need to do to ground themselves in their true nature, their true selves, their true power, then she's going to naturally change. And then when she goes to consciously make other decisions, it's not going to be such a distance between what she's consciously trying to choose, like I want to choose a better partner, type of partner who's going to treat me better, and what she feels about herself. And whatever gaps that are there are going to be so much smaller that she can sort of manage those things, and she can start looking for different kinds of people, because we all know that like whatever frequency we're on, it's gonna be like sort of what we see and what we do and what we sort of gravitate towards. So shadow work 100% is what she has to do. And if she does that, I promise you everything will change. Everything will change. We don't know what that change will look like, but if you've ever seen a person really change, for whatever the reason the change was, like they were one way and they really changed. Their bone structure doesn't look the same. Their mannerisms don't look the same. Their face doesn't look the same. The way the tone of voice changes, they change. So you can only do that kind of change when you do shadow work.
Okay, so I wanted to ask Mystic Moon, how do you know that shadow work is actually accurate? Because you made a comment talking about my shadow self is still in love with black men, and that's not even accurate. But how do you, what, first of all, what is shadow work? How do you do it? And how do you know that it would be accurate?
Okay, so I'm only going to engage with one part of that, and that is what is shadow work and not the rest. And a shadow work is just like what it sounds like, which is um, you bringing the unknown into the known, you bringing what's in the dark into the light. And everybody has their own methods, but the easiest, because think about it, you're motivated by something. There's a reason you're doing everything, even the simplest thing that you do, even if from picking up a piece of paper off of the ground to, you know, choosing who you're going to marry, it's all motivated by something. So if you see something in your life that seems suspect to you, whether it's you deem it bad or maybe indifferent, maybe it's just something that's just, you know, you feel like it doesn't vibe with you, you look at that thing and you ask it questions. And how you know, and this is why I love women so much and why I feel like women should do shadow work. You look inside of your body and you can feel when things are right and when things are wrong. So as you are moving into that particular thing that you're wanting to shift or that you're wanting to break apart, you're asking questions and you're answering questions. So for instance, in her case, the questions, examples that I gave you earlier with Cardi B, those are the types of questions that you ask, and you be radically honest and you don't judge yourself. Um, and if there's something that you're ashamed to admit, you have to admit it to yourself. You don't have to admit it to anybody else, but you have to admit it to yourself, like something that would be shameful to admit. I don't know if this is the case for Cardi B, but let's just say one of her things is there's some part of my personality that really likes to be degraded. There, and that's,
Yeah,
like I
I
said, I'm not
said
saying
that.
that's her, but there could be a certain part of her motivation is that she kind of likes being degraded. Like something about that is like it does it for me, right? Now, when she asks her, so she may feel really shame, but then she faces it, and then you start picking it apart. Well, then what is it about it that's so exciting? Well, what is, and you keep asking yourself questions, and then you may find out that you don't want to be degraded at all. You just, you know, you're doing that because, you know, it's just a habit that you picked up, or maybe you liked a particular character on in a movie, and that's the only thing that you had to model for womanhood, and you just picked it up. It could be, who knows how these stories get into our consciousness, but you keep asking yourself these questions, and you I forget the name of the lady who speaks about this, but there's something called it's where you're paying attention to your body um, when you feel your body like something inside of you tensing up, closing up, that's a no. When you feel this sort of opening in your body, that feels like a yes. So you use that to navigate that. And I think that this is an art that women, especially Black women, have to focus on, because if we keep trying to move things in the world, in the physical, trying to move things around constantly, it's not going to move very far, because it's like the iceberg, right? You're only addressing the tip of the iceberg that's being shown, that you can see, but you're not managing what's below the surface. And so there's so much that goes on in the outside realms, um, these um, these sort of like mystical realms. That's where the power really is, and that's where women belong, in those realms first. And when shadow work belongs to that realm, and when you keep doing the work there, it manifests differently in this physical realm. We all know this is true. We all know it. Everybody here knows that is true. You may or may not agree with maybe some of the things I say or my tone or whatever, but all of us know that this is true. Deep down inside of us, we know this is true. It's a universal truth.
Yes, it sounds familiar to me. I know of people who speak about shadow work. I thought it had to do with dealing with the negative energy, but um, thank you for explaining. I haven't heard anyone explain it like that.
Oh, well, you're welcome. It really is as simple as bringing something into the light. That's it. That really is it. And
Okay.
if you can't see it, then it's going to be very hard for you to, interact with it if you don't see it. And it's really fun. Like it's such an exciting process. And so, Ellen, when I hear you speaking, or whatever. It was all love in the chat. I apologize if I said something in any way that offended you. That wasn't my intention. The reason why I was sort of responding the way I was responding is because I had an awakening that happened to me. It was about 2011, and it started with me being aware of how degraded the feminine is in all forms. And I did not ask for this awakening. It just happened. Like a lot of people now, you hear a lot of people having the dark night of the soul, awakenings, Kundalini awakening, all of that. I had the dark night. I'm still technically in it, but I'm in a much, 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 much better place with it. But I was so chronically depressed. When I say depressed, I mean that in every way that the worst thing that you can think of depression, that is what I was experiencing. In bed, didn't want to shower, didn't want to go to work, like depressed for days and days and days because I had an awakening um I woke up to what was happening. And so I know, I'm not saying that that's your experience at all, because it doesn't sound like that's your experience. But because I've been to the pits of hell with it, I know what it feels like to look around and to see the shit, and you're trying to help and mend it and get it better and in whatever way that you can, but it looks like complete like despair, like you feel despair. So I get it, but at the same time, I think the best thing that women can do is to trust the great mother, trust God, whomever that great power is. It sounds counterintuitive. It sounds like we need to get up and march and move this and make laws. And yes, that is part of the process. So you do have to do some of those things, but that's not the whole picture. And so I was asking the chat if anybody did tarot. I'm pretty sure most of the ladies in the chat knows what tarot is or experience, use tarot. But
Yes.
one of the cards is called the Tower. And the Tower, it speaks about how everything has to crash down completely before the next, before the new it can build. And the falling down is messy. It's a spiral. It's not pretty. But if we look around us, we see the tower coming down. We know that this is the age of Aquarius, and we see women waking up and saying, "Wait a minute!" Now, Black women, to me, are the ones who are the most obsessed with men. And to see Black women like you, ladies, saying the types of things that you're saying that you want to decenter men, hearing Ellen, like, even though I think I could feel your frustration, I could tell that you do care about Black women. So it's like these kind
I
of
think Ellen
conversations.
I'm sorry. I think Ellen stepped away, just so you know, but keep talking.
I'll
She
wrap
may
it
be
up. I'm
back. She
sorry.
said,
But
no. What you're saying is awesome. Keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt.
15 years ago, I think we can all say this, know this. 15 years ago, did we hear Black women say anything about decentering men? What? It was like, center him. He is your God, right? And so and you hear women saying, I don't know if I want to have children. Like, I just don't know if that's in the cards for me. Women are getting married later or not at all, or they leave marriages when they are fed up. This kind of stuff wasn't always happening. So the things are changing, and what we don't realize is that we're not in control. You be obedient to the spirit. When the spirit tells you to do something, you do it, but that's all you can do. And so if you're called to do something, the best way a woman can be a woman to change the frequency of this planet, and there's many things, but I think one of the main things is for us to understand that we are not in control. And we should be looking to the Great Mother or to the Great Spirit. And we look to that spirit every single day to guide every single thing that we do. Because if you align yourself with that, it will go right. And when the frequency of women as a whole changes, men as a whole, like I always say, well, actually, I haven't always said this in this way. This has been recent, that women, and I was saying this to a lady earlier, women are like, our frequency is what the world rides on. And if you're so focused on men that you can't tend to your frequency, what do you expect men to do? They can't rise any higher than us. And so Black women, right? So of white people and Black people, white people are masculine, Black people are feminine. So white can't rise higher than Black. And then you go to the sexes, men can't rise higher than women. And who's on? We've all heard the first, it will be last and last will be first. So of all Black people, it tends to be that people sort of look down on American Black people, right? And then who's on the bottom of American Black people? Black women. So we are the frequency holders. And so we have to get our frequency right, get ourselves right in whatever way that means. And you keep your eye on the mother and you align yourself with her, and she will tell you what to do, and you do it. And as you do that, things start to shift. The frequencies start to shift. And if your frequency shift, everybody else who's riding on your frequency will have to shift too. So that's why you like be passionate. And I think that's important. But don't stress so much, because it really will all be okay.
Mystic, can I say something?
Yes.
Look, I believe I'm a realist. Whatever people believe in, that's their. But we do, as Black women, we do have the power to change it, and we do have it through selective breeding. And if we have, we make a mistake, and we have I wouldn't even make a mistake of having a baby with a Dusty, but if we do make that mistake, there is abortion. Okay, so we do have the ability to change it. We have been going through this for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, as Black people. Okay, so I understand you saying the universe is changing. These knickknacks, they don't have any choice but to fall, because, and not only them, it's men in general. The masculine is trying to hold on to its power, but it's time for the feminine to go into power, but the masculine don't want to give it up. I understand that. But we as you said that I care about Black men. I do. I have family members that are Black men. As a collective, no, I don't care about them. But as my family members, yes. But we have the ability to change it. It's we can't live in misery anymore. I'm on the outside. Outside looking in. We as black women are suffering. We getting our own men who's supposed to be protecting us, who's supposed to provide.
But Ellen, why are we rehashing this when we already know, we both can agree that nothing can change until we change? So they're going to be who they are. That's okay.
Yeah, but I'm trying to help them to check. I'm going to keep saying what I have to say. I'm not obsessed with men or anything.
Well, then maybe stop talking about them. Maybe it's time to sort of simmer down just a little bit and put the focus on women, because if you do care about women, and you clearly do, then the solutions, let's focus on that. And it's okay. I feel like it's okay to talk about what men are doing sometimes, but I have noticed that every time that we sort of start moving in a good direction about women, you bring it right back to men, and you go right back in that spiral.
Sweetheart, what type of channel do you think this is? Like, what are we here for? We're talking about the degeneracy
One second.
in Black men.
1 second. Let me Let me I'd like to shout out Brina West for your $5 super chat. Just want to show some love. Thank you so much, Brina. Um, we do, Ellen, we do point out I wouldn't say specifically degeneracy. I would call it more like poor behavior, but which is a lot of degeneracy in Black men. But we try to do it in a way that it explains what a woman should look for. But I'm not sure exactly what else to say. I mean, that's basically, I'm just telling you what we do here. So
Yeah,
there's
well,
nothing.
regardless of what they say, oh, you should stop it. I'm gonna keep. It's not stressing me out. It's actually helping me.
But you're stressing out the audience, though.
How am I stressing out the audience or what? Okay, that's not my issue though. How is
It
that my
should be.
issue? That's your issue.
No, well, Ellen, that's unfair because if we all care about people and we care about women, yes,
How are you speaking for these people? You're speaking for yourself. I'm not stressing out a lot of people. Maybe a lady, but that's about it. And you, but how are you speaking for
I'm not.
people?
But Ellen, I guess what I'm saying is if we care about other women and we're saying the conversation is sort of going around in circles and it can sort of be draining.
Because we
Don't you care about because you said you were intuitive and
I am.
yeah, so I would imagine you're probably also sensitive too. Usually intuitive people are pretty sensitive. So we all know about energy and
No.
how that works and how what we emit affects other people. And while it is my responsibility to manage my own emotions, it is also my responsibility to be mindful of what I'm emitting because there are still people who don't know how to manage as well, and even those who do not manage, we still feel emotion. So we have to be respectful, not respectful, but mindful of what we take in and what we put out. And so I feel every time that someone says something, it's like you're on attack, and you don't have to be in attack. We can be in a sisterhood and have a conversation because even Torch, like whenever he's speaking about the degeneracy, he doesn't speak about it in the way that you are. It does feel
You addressed
very
me, and
stressful.
I'm just telling you that I'm not gonna stop. You had your opinion. You said that. Look, when you keep talking about men, you don't make them do what they have to do. I don't agree with that. Okay, I'm gonna continue to talk about it, and if you don't like
No,
it, then
I,
oh
I think
well. Go
I
ahead.
think Ellen, what she's saying is this. Let me see if I can break this down. She's more I believe Mystic Moon is more of looking for solutions to the problem. Like I can understand that you have a problem, let's say, with the way that Black men are treating Black women. So
But I've
what
gave
you
you so many
okay,
solutions.
wait, let me finish what I was going to say and then you can add in. But what I believe what they're saying is this is that okay, you can acknowledge that okay, Black men are treating Black women poorly. So how do we allow what can we do to allow Black women, what can we say or coach Black women that need that coaching? I'm not going to say everybody needs it, but need that coaching to avoid those types of men, those types of Black men that are damaging Black women. How do we think of a solution for them? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and
Okay.
well, I said the solution like several times,
Okay.
but I guess it went in one ear and out the other.
No,
But
okay.
abortion.
Hit me with the solution. Hit me with one of your solutions because I think you probably
Well,
have
I
more.
got this from. I can't take credit for it, but selective breeding
Okay,
and
so let's go.
abortion.
Wait, okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Selective breeding, then explain how you would sell that to somebody who needs that information.
I would tell them that okay, since a lot of
Okay,
Black women are
let me break it down like this. I think I didn't say it right. How would you convince a woman
Cardi
that has?
B. Cardi B.
How would you? Yeah. How would you convince Cardi B to practice selective breeding?
How would I would tell Cardi B that well, Cardi B is a millionaire. She's like, and plus she's not even black, but she's a millionaire.
Pretend she's broke.
Okay, if she's broke, how would I tell someone like Cardi B who's not black? Okay, well, I would tell her that you need to get your stop having guys sex with men that's not going to put a ring on it. Okay, and if you do get pregnant by a guy who's impregnated like 17 other women, then you need to get an abortion. If you don't, you're just adding to the issue, the degeneracy problem in the black community, and you're breeding demons in the world, and you're going to go to, I mean, I would tell them, because black women are very superstitious, I would tell them they were going to hell if they breathe another demon in those world.
So you would, what you're saying is that you would convince her to either selective breeding or have an abortion, right? Okay.
Yes.
So would
But
you
Torch, that's not the issue at hand, though. You can't look at Cardi and then take away her riches,
right?
And you can't give her a remedy. She's already got her 2 kids,
Right.
So we're talking about a very specific issue. So I understand that selective breeding is definitely something that's important, but you have to actually look at the situation and stop sort of like yelling those things over and over again. Listen at the question of what Torch asked is what kind of advice will you give to Cardi B? So instead of you just looking at Cardi B for who she was, you needed to take away the money. Like you had a problem with her having the money. You can't do that. You have to meet people where they're at. Cardi B is rich. Cardi B is not black. She's black adjacent, but she's not black. We can't change any of those things. And when Torch asked me the question, you may not agree with what I said, right? But mine was very specific to her. I didn't take away her money. I didn't take away her race. I met her where she was. This is the difference between somebody who is genuinely looking at the issue and assessing it and trying to give very constructive advice so that people can take that in, versus someone who has a list of 5 or 6 things that she is going to say over and over and over again, and you're not really engaging. You're not engaging with the person that's on the screen. So yes, you love black women. So do I. We don't doubt that. But look at how you're approaching it.
All right, so Mystic, I just have one, and this is it. I just have one question for you, Mystic Moon.
Yeah.
So, as an intuitive, can you answer part A and part B question? As an intuitive, what do you think is the financial downfall that's keeping black people broke in the black community? And B, do you sense that black men are going to build the community? Are they ever going to change the mindset that they have right now? Will it ever change in 100? You know what? I'll be generous. In 200 years, as an intuitive, you can honestly say this to me.
I'll say this and I'll make it brief. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I would like to answer that question as well after you, ma'am.
Well, I'll say this. First of all, nobody knows for sure. You intuit based on what you feel. Some of us are better at intuition than others, but we all have that ability. But I honestly don't think they're ever going to change. They will never change. They don't have the ability to change. And the reason why they don't is because, and I'm going to say it again, they don't have that kind of power in them. Only women do. We are the ones who have the power to change the frequency. We are the ones who have the power to make decisions about if there's going to be life on the planet or not. So the power is ours. And the reason why I feel that we've all heard men say things like, well, a man is only going to do what you allow him to do. Now, they're saying that in a degenerate way that, whatever, we're not going to engage with that. But deep down, that's really true. What they're saying is we don't have the power and the wherewithal to change, because the power source that we are sort of running this whole show is not on her game. She doesn't know herself. She's not emitting a frequency that we can really ride for this to be a successful planet. So they will mirror whatever we do. Men want women, and women have all the power. And people say that sex is a power. Yeah, it's a power, but that's not the power. The power is the fact that we have the ability to however we are being just within our own self changes everything. So I hope that answers the question. And I don't focus on the Black community. I mean, I care about the Black community, but because I know that the Black community is made up of men, women, and children, and I know that women are the ones with the main power, then my focus is going to be on women. I don't look at the whole community, because if I look at women and women change, the community will change.
Yeah, that's what you said. Now let Darnell talk. What you just said is what I was trying to say. Black men they're not going to change, but Black women, see, the problem is Black women believe that they are going to change, that they just going through a phase, and they're going to just one day get up and build the community, and they're going to be perfect leaders, and they're going to be the man that they're supposed to be, because we've been taught all our lives that this man is that the Black man is a leader, he's a god, the Black men are gods and everything, and we've been brainwashed to believe this. And what I'm trying to tell Black women as an intuitive and that can foresee, since we're talking about the realm of spirituality that can foresee the future, that they're not going to change because they don't have the ability to change. And I've been telling Torch that since I've been on YouTube. I've been telling him that they don't have we can change it because we have the ability to give life. And that's what I was saying. You just said what I was going to say, and I'm going to leave it alone.
Let me break in for just 1 second. I want to thank Phoenix Soul for your $5 super chat. Torch, thank you for your show tonight. It's helped me make a very important decision. I want to give huge thanks to Mystic Moon. Your information is very helpful. I'm going to give Darnell just a time to chat in here since he hasn't said anything yet. Darnell, go ahead and speak.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Get your Torch, always a pleasure. Happy New Year's to everyone. Well, coming up soon. But so I just wanted to answer your question. You had asked two questions. As far as regarding finances. And I'll just be honest with you, this isn't a problem. This isn't just a problem affecting the Black community anymore. I mean, it always has been, but it's no longer just affecting the Black community. It's affecting Americans now. I mean, do you realize, according to CNBC, that 60% of Americans don't even have $1,000 emergency fund? 60% of Americans. I want you to think about that. 60%, 60% of Americans don't have $1,000 saved up. Now, keep in mind, Black people, this is Black men and Black women, we only make up 13%. Yet 60% of Americans don't have $1,000 saved up. So what you have now is you have a problem with the culture. You have a problem with American culture. It is toxic. This buy now, pay later culture, it's toxic. And with the internet, it's even worse now. Like, it's crazy. Let's just get back on the Black community for a minute. But you got Black men now. I learned about Jordan. People have Jordan collection. Jordan, it's a damn tennis shoe. It has, what value? It has no value whatsoever. You wear it, and it goes down in value as soon as you buy it. It goes down in value. Black people, unfortunately, we spend our money on junk. I found out. I'm still looking up the stats, but I believe the two most repossessed cars right now are Dodge Chargers and Challengers. And who likes buying Dodge Chargers and Challengers? Black men.
Okay,
But
so
again, go ahead. I'm sorry.
how does it apply to what we're talking about right now?
That was part of Ellen Ripley's question earlier. She had asked earlier.
No, it wasn't. I didn't ask anything like that. I didn't ask why people are spending. Like I didn't ask anything like
Well,
that.
you didn't say spending, but you had mentioned about black men not having money. Are we gonna ever get our money up?
No,
Are we
no.
going
What I
to?
asked her now.
Wait. Let's stop it right now. Let's not go back and forth on something. I see that it probably incrementally got off kilter, but let's bring it back to where we were and move forward. Let's see here. Let me check here. Let me move forward. Let's play a little bit more of Cardi B, but then after that, we're going to move forward with another clip.
Shit, but child, so shut up. All over my shit.
Wait,
Shut
Cardi, I
up.
think we've done enough, Cardi. I think we've done enough, Cardi. I don't know if, hey, lady, I think you might agree with me. I think we've done enough, Cardi, for tonight. Let's see. Oh,
Yes.
this might be very interesting right here. This would be very interesting. Let's check this out. This is Lola.
This
Lee.
is Lola
Oh, she'll tell you. Lola Lee T.
Lee T.
Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? Welcome to my channel. Blueface was on Instagram Live trying to speed date. Yes, he was trying speed dating, but it wasn't working out as expected. He explained the bumps on his face. I believe he said that he has keloids. And it looks like he didn't want to be interviewed by his potential tenderonis. Listen to this.
Ew.
By the way, this is a keloid, bitch.
Ooh,
See
I
that
feel
shit?
sick.
Stop making up fucking lies. Prick.
I bring this up because for a couple reasons. This is somebody who cannot be reached. And the reason I'm bringing him up because it's really important that, see, I guess sometimes we get kind of caught into our thing thinking that that I'm trying to give information just to the people who's in the chat, but sooner or later, maybe a young lady runs across a situation like this where they're with a man who behaves like this. And it's important that we at least let them know that the bad feelings they're getting, the bad vibe they're getting from this guy is not a fluke. It's not normal. I hope somebody can understand where I'm coming from. Darnell, do you understand where I'm coming from? I'm going to ask you first and go to the left.
Can you elaborate just a little bit more for me, DJ Ford?
I can do better than that. Let me play some more tape.
Okay.
Ew.
Let's do some speed dating.
He's so disgusting.
Yeah, he ain't getting no date.
Fuck.
Ain't no way.
It's me, baby. Your dreams have came true.
Oh my God, that is so crazy.
This is not a drill. This is the real thing.
Oh my God.
It's real.
Oh my God.
It's happening. Yes.
That is so crazy. My heart is pounding. I am sweating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's your name? Can I see your face?
Yeah, I just got out of work. I work at FedEx.
FedEx? Oh yeah, you delivering them packages?
Just did a 12-hour shift, boy.
Yeah, girl, I'm finna order something.
Order something. Make sure your package good.
Girl, bye, you in the dark. Yeah, I just got home off work.
Don't read the comments, all right? Keep your eyes on the prize.
I'm literally sweating. That's so crazy. Out of 32K people, out of 32K people, me. That's so crazy. How is it like your life? Like, how is it? Like, you okay?
It's fucking lit. It's turned up. It's lit. It's turned up. It's everything I imagined it to be.
Really? Like, do you think, like, if you could change anything on how you got to fame, would you, or would you keep it the same?
How I got to fame, would I change anything? No.
Please do, A lady. Please do speak to this, A lady. This is crazy.
Okay. So what you said just reminded me of another reason I come here and have these conversations with you. It is important that men and women, especially young women, hear a male a voice like yours saying that this behavior is not acceptable. We have far too many people who are engaging with this young man. They think he's fine. They think he's a catch. They identify with the women who are having his children, who are not married to him, and are behaving in a crazy way. For those who don't know, he's got two women who have very young children by him, and he's engaging with both of them, fighting them. He beats on one of them. They engage in combat. They do crazy things, and they think that this is normal. So I come here because I support you, Torch, at least having a video out here with a man, an adult male, that is saying that this behavior and the behaviors of men that we see that you highlight are not acceptable. And he is just he represents a lot of young men today. It's kind of becoming what we see as normal behavior.
Yeah, unfortunately. And
He
it's a
was
shame
picking.
because as much as we can criticize Krishan Rock, the feeling I get from Krishan Rock is that I'm not being mean about her, but she's not all there. Some people are just not born with all their sensibilities, if you know what I mean. And
All their chromosomes?
no, no,
That's
what I
what
mean
it
by
looked like.
sensibilities is that she's I don't know how to explain it. I can't explain it. I'm not a therapist or anything, but basically the vibe that I get from Krishan Rock is she's basically easy to take advantage of, if you know what I mean. Not just in the sexual sense, in all senses of like a car dealership would love to see her come through. Let's put it that way.
I get it.
And so I mean, I don't know. That's just that's if anybody else wants to comment, that's the only concern I have is that what do we do with women that just don't maybe what do we do with the Krishan Rocks? I mean, is there a way, is she reachable or what?
Vegan Choice, may I take this one?
Okay.
I don't know if you
definitely
recall.
want to hear from the ladies too.
Yes, sir, of course. But I don't know if you recall, but Miss Angelina, and I can't remember who else it was, but we were. It was after your show. I was asking for advice, how to deal with my sister and my mom. Anyway, and they're like, look, these are grown women. Christian Rock is she's not a child. She's a grown woman. Okay. She's just going to have to, continue to do what she does until she figures out that, hey, until one day she looks into the mirror and says, look, okay, this ain't working. I need to change, kind of thing. You can't help somebody that's grown. You can't help. A child is one thing, but an adult is completely different.
Okay. I like that input.
He looked like he stinks. And then he was like digging toe. I don't know what he was doing, but toe jam or something from his feet. And he was like burping all over the place. And then these women is fawning all over him. It's disgusting.
Hey, I mean, a guy like that. I mean, I think I got a chance. What you think? I got a chance. That's my competition.
Darnell, you need to. You know what? You need to give yourself a chance. You need to give yourself a chance. You're not going to the places where women are. You're kind of a loner. Like, I mean, I know you got your dad and stuff to take care of, but you got to be more open to accepting someone.
Yeah. Well, it was a joke. I didn't.
Yes.
Need to,
Well, actually, be honest. Okay. Actually, Alan, he needs to be more receptive to accepting himself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Darnell?
Yeah.
I think if I've been around the YouTube streets enough to know that you're a pretty decent guy. So you just have to think the same as I think about you, man, and you'll be good.
Oh, that was so nice.
I mean, I mean, you know what I mean. You know. So
group hug it. Group hug it.
Group hug.
Darnell, next time you speak, can you move a little closer to the mic? You're fading a bit, but yes, we support you. We think you're pretty decent. You're better than this guy for sure.
I keep
That's for sure. Yeah.
I keep saying that what a waste. Like Darnell's intelligent. He you said I'm sure that you had like what did you used to do for a living?
Well, I started out in the army, and then I worked for the government as a civilian contractor.
Oh my God, it's a billion. What do contractors do if you don't mind? I'm just curious.
They do many things. I mean, the government does many things, or excuse me, the government requires many services. But I've done things more
You
so
mean
for
military?
yes,
No, army contracts, like contracts that for
yes,
like a military.
yes, Department of Defense. Yes,
Oh, okay.
I've worked for the Department of the Army, Department of the Navy, Department of the Air Force.
See, I mean, God, why you don't give yourself a chance, Darnell? I mean, you could be a good catch. You would make a great dad. You know, you're a wonderful person. You take care of your brother and your father, which I know that they're, oh my God, you're gonna be so blessed. I don't understand. Like, why don't you like yourself? Like I mean, I don't know what it is. You know, I know that you do have like the post-traumatic stress disorder, but you're saying you're taking a Paxil. You can't like drink, and if you take Paxil and you drink, it's not gonna work. Like it's not gonna be effective. So maybe that could be what's going on. But anyway, enough about Darnell. I'm gonna like yield the floor. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, DJ, you can go ahead with your clip if you can. And are you back, Mystic?
I think she dropped down again.
Hey, DJ, Mr.
I think
DJ.
he went somewhere. But Darnell, so what are you like? Do you want a relationship with the girl or what?
Right now, I mean, I did, but like I said, you know, due to for health reasons, I'm not.
You mean the glaucoma crap again?
I'm sorry.
You mean that glaucoma?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of them. Yeah.
And what else could there possibly be?
Well, like I said, the PTSD. I mean, ladies, that is a very, I mean, ask yourself this question, ladies: would you want to be with a man that?
Yeah, but that
Okay,
okay, look.
wait. Let's pause for 1 second. Mystic wants to join in for 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. I had to go out and come back in. I didn't want to interrupt if somebody was speaking because I don't know what's going on. Am I able to speak
Oh yeah,
now?
you can. Yeah, you
Or
can
wait.
speak.
Oh, this was thank you. So this was to the Chriselle and Blueface thing. I really don't know why we still even speak about them because I don't really see the point. And this is like every channel, we always kind of end up on them. But I think the original question was, what do you say to, what was your original question, Torch? What do we say to women, to Krishan, or to women like her? Did you have a particular question?
That is actually correct. That's what I said.
Okay, so I'm a big believer in, people change when they're ready. So obviously you can't force any kind of change on anybody, including her. And yes, there are some people who come to the planet who will never change. They're not meant to. They are meant to be completely in their shadow. And it just is what it is. And then there's some people who come partially with light and others, more light than others. So I think we shouldn't stress ourselves too much about it. But if this person was in front of us, and we had the opportunity to impart wisdom, I think I would want to know, so what is it that you're ultimately wanting? What is it that you want? And it sort of looks like she wants to be validated, and this may not be true, but it comes across that she wants to be validated as a legitimate human being, like a real person that has real human respect from other people. Now, obviously, we can say she doesn't show it to other people. We know that. But the question is, like, what do you want? And if she can answer that question genuinely, then you can move on to other questions like, well, if there is another way to meet that other than the way that you're doing that can, allow you to be successful and to have the things that you want, or are you willing to do something different? So it's like you kind of have to ask the right questions until you hit a brick wall. And if you hit a brick wall and you know that she's not going to go past that brick wall, let her stay at the brick wall. Let her beat her head up against it. And that's okay too, because if you can help her, even if you were to ask her a question like, what do you really want? Because the way that you're living, you may not have the amount of money that you're going to want at 40 years old. And she can wrap her head around that and kind of look at that differently. That may be as far as you can get her. And if she hits her head up against a wall and she's not going beyond that, then just let her make whatever change that she can make at that time. So she may decide, okay, well, maybe I do need a real manager. Maybe I will take the accountant seriously. And then in that may change with new management, that may change the different things that come to her, which therefore can change some of the environments that she's in, and that could possibly change some of her behavior. Who knows? But you can't disrespect someone and their journey when they're hitting their head up against the wall, not hitting their head up against the wall, but they don't want to go beyond the wall. You have to respect the mother and respect that person and say, you know what, if the wall is what you want, then the wall is what you get, and let them stay there. And that's okay. It's okay. They will be okay.
Yeah. Miss
I,
Angelina
I
said
have a
the same
question.
thing weeks ago.
What was that, Darnell?
I was just saying, Miss Angelina said the same exact thing. What
Mystic
Mystic Movement
said
said. Um, Miss Angelina said the
last
same
week.
exact thing a couple weeks ago.
So I have a question for Mystic. Um, so you know our community, for better or for worse, we have this whole idea of we should be role models, we should set examples. We know our people look to others to tell us what to do, show us how to do it. Um, do you think that people like Rashawn and Blueface have a role to play? Should they should they conduct themselves in a way that um, presenting themselves in a better way for other people, or is that not their, as you were saying, their role in, or that's not how they came to this earth, or maybe it is. I mean, is that the responsibility of each of us to set examples for others?
I would say yes and no. I think that if you are aware enough and responsible enough and um, have the depth enough, then you know how you naturally know, well, maybe I shouldn't do this thing, it may send the wrong idea, right? Or I should do this thing and embrace my freedom of speech so that I can encourage others to, or whatever, right? But if that person doesn't have the capacity, or if they just don't have it, then they just don't have it. And I think that's why laws are there. So laws are put in place for people who cannot conduct themselves. So, you do what you can for those kinds of people, but you don't go beyond a certain point, because for one, it's pointless. Two, you're not God, right? Your obedience is not to. I think we have to stop trying to change people, because not only is it pointless if they're not going to change, or they don't want to change, but you can then it's almost like you're either looking at the iceberg, like the tip, or you're dealing with what's below. And if you're coming to a person who's not willing to go below, you have to leave them there and put your energy into people who are willing to shift and to change. And that's something that I'm learning, that I haven't
Yes.
always practiced, but that I'm learning. And there is a divine plan that's bigger than all of us. We don't know what the full plan is, but we know that there is one. And until there is a point where most of the people on the planet, there'll probably never be everybody, we're in a place where we can conduct ourselves and manage ourselves in a way that's responsible, then you're going to keep having those kinds of people, and laws will exist for them. That's what the laws are there for. It's for those who can't. So, and then here's the
That
thing.
makes
It's like you know what you're called to do. Like, if you feel that you're called to speak to people that seem hopeless, then you go do that, But I'm not.
Can I
yes.
just say something real quick, or hey, lady, do you want to go?
Go ahead, hon.
I just want to say this. Look, I'm so happy living my femininity, being in my femininity. I am on cloud 9. Why should I have all the fun? Knowing what I know, knowing that I know this group of men, they're not going to change. It is what it is. But looking on the outside, looking from the outside, seeing so much misery. Black women, they looking around, they're stressed out. They always like ready to, not all of them, but a lot of them, they're always aggressive, they're stressed out, they feel like they have to be the protector of the race, they're taking on the role, the male role, and I'm up here living my best life, living in complete total femininity, and majesty, and just being on cloud nine. Why would I be selfish and not let these women at least try to open up their eyes so that they can have what I have? I'm a very happy person. I'm very content. I see a lot of things. I see a lot of things, but I'm not going to go into that. But why should I, that's selfish. That is selfish to say, well, I'm not even going to, it is what it is. And, I'm just going to let the divine femininity or the divine feminine take over when I'm here on this earth. And I know what the future is going to be. I know that, the divine femininity, or what they call a great mother or whatever, is going to handle this. But time as we see it is not like that. Like, time on this earth, time goes slower on this earth than it does in the spiritual world. We have to focus on the time that we have left. And, why should I not warn these women?
May I answer that? May I answer?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Well, I will have to say, if we're gonna just be brutally honest, in the sake of like growth and like love, one is extremely selfish to rob someone of their own path. If you, one, two, even if it's something that you don't agree with, and then two, if you really are about divine femininity and that's what you're living in, then there will be no disrespect or no belittling of the divine mother. So if we are divine feminine here in this form, then we honor and respect and obey the divine feminine and the divine mother. So this idea of like waiting on her, yes, you better wait on her and you better do what she tells you to do, because if you don't, you end up frustrated and in a mess at best. And at worst, you can end up dead or hurt or in a terrible situation. And then when you say, why shouldn't I try to help? Did the mother tell you to help a Krishan? Or did the mother tell you to go and open up a school? Did the mother tell you to help a Krishan? Or did the mother tell you to that your goal is the assignment she gave to you is to be to marry someone beautiful? It sounds like you marry someone beautiful, to have a beautiful family, which you probably are going to have you're probably going to be an excellent mom because you're so passionate about women. I can tell you're probably going to be the best, right? That's pretty obvious. So it's like, what did the mother tell you to do? It's very masculine to try to move things around in the physical without having obviously, if it's an emergency situation, you have to move the physical. But if it's not an urgent or emergency, you're not supposed to be moving physical things around without checking in with yourself, checking in with the spirit, because you're going to make the wrong decisions. You're going to be moving foolishly. So do you want to move in a way that's aligned with the mother who has all of the power, all of the wisdom, or do you want to move according to your mind, your little tiny mind, your little tiny upset, which is just an emotion, right? You can't move like that. Well, you can, right? You can do it, but there is a better way. And if you're living this beautiful life, I think you should be speaking to us beautifully. Like, you can speak to us about what your concerns are in a beautiful way. Like, don't live a beautiful life and then come on here and stress everybody out with your tone and your energy. Why can't we have some of that love? Aren't we your sisters?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway, so
Do you see how dismissive you are? Do you see what you just did to me? You completely dismissed me, but you care about women and Black women.
No, I was about to answer I was going to respond to you. I was saying that, yeah, that's all good to wait for the divine mother and stuff to do. The divine mother needs no man or woman. She's going to do what she's going to do regardless. She doesn't ask for permission or ask you to wait or do anything, and I can live in both the masculine and the feminine energy. I can live in both the light and dark. In fact, I work in the dark in order to keep the light, and I work in the dark in order for the light to prevail. Okay,
You don't, Ellen. You
I
don't work.
can multitask. Like, I'm
You
just telling you.
can't. That is not the
I'm
way.
building a community center right now. I'm putting my money into a community center whilst talking on the internet. Like, how are you telling me I can't multitask?
Ellen, even the masculine that I was speaking about, that's not even real masculinity. It really is toxic. The sort of forcing things into place. That is not the way. And if you build anything, the center or whatever it is that you're doing, if you build it with a faulty foundation, it is going to be a disaster. So you had better hope that you consult with a higher power to make sure that everything is aligned brick by brick. Because you can say that you're doing this or doing that, but if it's not holy and if it's not built on something strong, it's going to crumble. Just like when you said you gave money to somebody in your family, it wasn't really a good thing to do. Your heart was in the right place, but it wasn't holy, and it backfired. So
Yeah,
maybe
but
you
I
didn't even.
wasn't going by my senses. My senses told me no. I was just going because my mother, my cousin, and my aunt begged me.
The spirit told you no, and you overrode it.
Well, the spirit
That's the
is
problem.
telling me to
The
build a
spirit
community
told
center.
you no, Ellen. You said it yourself. The spirit said no, and you did it anyway.
I said my intuition, but anyway, the
That's the
intuition
spirit. That's the spirit. The intuition, spirit. It told you to do something, and you did the opposite. If you base your entire life on doing everything outside of what the divine tells you to do, what are we doing here?
I'm telling you that the divine has no problem with me. Actually, my intuition told me to build a community center, and I also sense that the divine or my intuition has no problem with me going on YouTube, talking on social media. I don't talk like this in real life, in normal. This
Ellen,
relieves a
if
lot of
you
stress
talk like
from me.
this to us, you talk like this in real life.
Thank you.
Yes,
This
you do.
is real
That's not
life,
true.
Ellen.
Yes,
Let
you
me
do,
jump.
Ellen.
That
Can
is
I
not.
jump in?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I jump
I'll
I
stand down.
thought
Yeah.
you knew what you were talking about.
Ellen, this is real life. It might be on YouTube. A lot of people put on a different, we all have like avatars and whatever. But if you are claiming you really care about women, Black women, we're Black
How am
women
I
here.
stressing y'all out? That's what I want to know.
Can I
just want
finish,
to know.
please? Can I finish, please? And this point, because I know you want to jump back in. Regarding your community center, my concern is, are young boys going to have access to the center?
So
My
you're trying to say I'm
concern.
going to do something to the young boys that go to the community? Why would I do something? I never said I hated Black men. I said Black women need to do selective breeding, and you must also practice abortion if they accidentally get pregnant by a Dusty. I never said I hated Black men. You're trying to make it that if little boys come to my community center that I'm gonna treat them badly or do something to them, because I feel as though y'all feel like I'm getting in the way of your. I'm gonna be blunt. I feel as though y'all think I'm getting in the way of y'all dusty BBC, and you don't like it. That's why I'm stressing you out. But go ahead. I'm just gonna go in the corner.
I don't want to stress you out. I wish you a happy family there.
No, you ain't stressing me out, baby.
Okay, good. All right. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I will say this. I do think that you are getting in the way. You're getting not in the way of people getting to the BBC, whatever that means, but you have a disruptive way of speaking to Black women. And you know what? I think I'm going to let it go because I feel like there is a cognitive dissonance, and there is a combative spirit that's there.
No, I'm sorry. You felt
That
that, girl. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is maybe I'll take my own advice and say maybe this disruption is something that can teach us something. And it's something I'll look at this later and say, what do I do when I come across somebody who is likely very brilliant and loving, but can't take a clue, can't accept advice, can't flow with everyone else, believes that she is not this disruptive in her own life. She has to be, because you can't, there's this is from your, when you're speaking to us, it feels like it's coming from your your gut, right?
It does? Well, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's you, it's the you of you that you can be. It doesn't feel phony is what I'm saying, which means that if this is an authentic way of being, this probably is the way that you are always. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm from San Francisco, so I live in San Francisco, so we're very blunt, and I'm so sorry about that. But okay, I'm just gonna let you speak, and I'm gonna let it go.
Please, please, that would be great. And I will let it go too, because you're who you are. And listen, you serve a purpose just like I do. And just because I don't agree with you, well, I agree with your heart, but I don't agree with your, how you're
Methods.
presenting your point of view, but maybe that's okay. Maybe that's all part of a plan that we don't really have. We don't really know the full plan. And maybe I will take my own advice and humble myself and say, you know what? Maybe that's okay.
I agree. I feel the same way. Shall we move on, DJ? Unless someone else has something else. Okay.
Actually, it's been almost 5 hours, so I'm 3 hours
Oh
over my
wow, it
limit
has.
already. I think this
It's
is
almost.
a good time to stop it. If there's um, anything else, well, maybe no. I think would be a good time to stop it. I think that was at actually the last video anyway.
Well,
So
DJ, I just want to say I'm so grateful for your channel. Um, you are, you and Star Monroe, I'm just like are a godsend. And I just wanted to say that I'm not going to stop talking the way talking for Black women. I won't stop. I cannot stop. And I just want to tell you guys that, God loves you and have a happy new year. Bye.
Ellen, have a good night. All right. If Darnell, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I just want to wish everybody, happy New Year. I know we're a bit early. I think today's the 30th.
Sorry to interrupt you, Darnell, but I need to remind everybody that we do have a show actually tomorrow on New Year's Eve. So let me put this up for 1 minute. I just shameless plug. So there is we do have a show tomorrow, New Year's Eve. Love for you guys to be here. So if you have time, more fun, more interesting conversation. Let's see. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Darnell. I interrupted you.
No, you're good. You're good. What time's your show tomorrow?
I believe it's going to be. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it is going to be. Let's say tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. because I want to make sure that that's Western time. That's on the West Coast.
Okay.
The reason why I want to make sure that I end before everybody goes out.
Got it. Yeah, I might be on the road, but I'll definitely tune in. I'm headed home tomorrow, so.
All right. Have a safe and careful drive. Mystic Moon. thank you for coming up. Did you have any thoughts that you
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Thank you for having me up. I was not supposed to be here tonight, but thank you for having me on. You were an excellent and gracious and kind host, and it's so nice to be among amazing, beautiful, really deep, conscious people. And I fell in love with all of the women in the comments. And to Ellen, I feel your heart, and that's what matters the most. And you keep doing what you do. I may not agree with everything, but you clearly don't agree with everything that I say either. So, you know what? The mother will use us as she sees fit. And our flesh may not agree, but maybe the mother sees something that I don't see. So I wish you a happy new year. And to everyone else, happy new year.
Thank you so
Mystic Moon,
much,
if I
Mr.
may
Moon.
say real quick, Mystic Moon, and not to be
Yes.
short, it's just I thank you for coming on the show tonight. To be honest with you, you said a mouthful. I mean, you had some very powerful words tonight, and I think that there's somebody out there that may have needed that. I just wanted to say that. You said you're very wise beyond your years. I can definitely tell. I don't know you, but I can definitely tell you're very wise beyond your years. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind, and it was lovely to meet you. This was like I said, I wasn't supposed to be here. I don't typically come on panels. I've only done it twice to like two really small channels, but
And God
I
works in mysterious ways.
yeah, absolutely. A lady invited me. She's so sweet. So yeah, the Torch. I think you're phenomenal. I love your temperament and how you hold space. It's really, really something to see. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Hey, lady.
Thank you, Torch. I echo what Mystic Moon said as far as Darnell and you, Torch, and Ellen. I mean, I wish everyone the best. I love the way that Mystic, how she just caught herself and said, "Hey, maybe." It's her instinct to kind of give her opinion, but then how she caught herself and said, no, this is the way you're supposed to be. Maybe this is how you're supposed to show up, because you are so passionate, Ellen. And I think we can all learn from that. We get on internet, and a lot of us have been on panels, and we express our opinions, and we think we know everything, and we get encouragement from people who feel like we do. And sometimes we just need to be still and let people be. And I think what a wonderful way to move into the next year, and thinking about how we want to be in next year, by hearing some words from people who are outside of our heads, things that we can incorporate perhaps into our spirit and how we decide to move forward. And yes, everyone here on the panel, in the chat, thank you all for being here. I wish everyone a great evening, a great New Year's Eve, and a great New Year. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll try to make it, Torch. And Torch, you're awesome. So thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone. It's time for me to hit the beat. Here we go. Oops, that's the wrong song. Hold on one second. Actually, you know something? I'm going to end it the way I started it. I'm going to end it like this.
Walk out into this oval.
Something a little bit different on this eve of New Year's Eve. This is Cynthia Erivo. It seemed like this.
Who told